John's on the sideline.
Yeah, been up here before and it's been hostile, but I have to say tonight it's right up there how hostile this crowd is. I don't know what they've been doing all day, but the locals, they're revved up.
Are you coughing a bit, Joey, are you?
Always. They're consistent.
Tafusi playing the ball just outside the 30-metre line, and the run, the first of the game for Fasua Malawi. Big Tino will keep an eye on him and Payne. Both coaches have told them not to take a backward step, so it could be on later. Welsh again in 8. Friend away for Kapana, puts a step into his work. He's made 7 metres. Good metres from Josh Kapana. Way down for Cherry Evans. Jinx, he comes back. Munster. The 3 is Capewell, playing in the second row. Playing left edge second row. Munster again, short, chance on here, and Valentine Holmes has got the first try. That'll be his 9th try in Origin from memory.
Well, this is brilliant football by Queensland. They decide not to kick on tackle 5. It's a set play. Munster takes his time, drags in the defence, and with one beautiful pass, Valentine Holmes will still...
Valentine Holmes remains in the field of play and grounds the ball in the in goal. We have a decision.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and it all came from Papali, who was going to be a starter, and I can tell. And Welsh hitting it up the middle, getting some metres, and then there was a brilliant switch of play from one side of the field to the other by Gayley Cherry Evans, which then just set up that little blindside shot on the last. Great footy, Queensland.
Valentine Holmes, 5 tries in 2 Origins, now it's 6 in 3.
Yeah, this is picking players in their positions. Munster out the back to Corey Allen, who was named on the wing playing fullback, to Valentine Holmes, who was named fullback playing on the wing, who gets the expert finish in the corner. So that's the selection from Wayne Bennett, who just knew that's where they needed to be playing. And in the first couple of minutes of play, it's produced a try for the Maroons.
Yeah, well, what a start by Queensland. They kept it simple. They kicked deep. They got a penalty. And off the back of that penalty given by Crichton, they've gone down the field to score, and Valentine will attempt conversion of his own try, his 9th try in Origin, but as I said, here at Suncorp, it's his 6th try in 3 games. Can tend to get a little bit lost at fullback. He's more comfortable there on the edge. And his kick is coming back. The flags are up. Welcome back. The decider, Origin 3, from Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. The team and the crowd are away to a flying start. Papali bringing it back. Welsh unloading. Munster. Then for Gaga. The defence again bristling up.
Queensland got monstered in game 2 with the fast-moving New South Wales defence. Queensland really shifting the ball on tackle 2 in their own half of the field, just to run New South Wales around.
It's Christian Welsh. Would have seen Kurt Capewell with another carry. He was a hero in Adelaide. Penalty. I think the William was crowding in the play the ball.
Yeah, I think Kurt Capewell prefers the second row. He's played a lot of back row, of course, with Cronulla and then Penrith. And, you know, playing in the centres was due to him. He did so well, but he's much better suited in the back row. He's a massive body.
His had a very good series. Welsh thinks about passing and then pulls it back when Munster went past him. They're on the 30-metre line, and a problem brewing again for New South Wales. For Sua Malari with the second carry. Friend to Evans. Queensland with Kafusi. A struggling effort from him, but a good effort. He's only 5 away from the line. Jerry Evans. And Friend and Munster. Dropping it back for Gagai. What a series he's had. What an Origin career he's had.
And playing at left centre tonight. He's played right centre in the first 2 Origins.
With 10 out from the line for Sua Malawi. There's the line. He's 5 away. Friend with a little kick in. Oh, it's been marked there by Haas. The front rowers don't do that. But Payne has pulled up a miraculous catch.
Yeah, that was a good duck play there by Jake Friend. Just nothing. He had to get it into the in goal. Unfortunate. The kick was off. It's a great take. Right in his comic cuts. He wasn't going to drop that. And then the penalty to boot. So, there's some idiot streaking on the... Oh, no, he's got clothes on. But what an impact.
So a streaker in clothes.
And this is what you've got to contend with.
So to speak.
Streak and close. When you go to Suncorp, this is what you've got to contend with. Everyone talks about the crowd and the atmosphere, and you've got to contend with how well Queensland play here. That's what you've got to contend with. Forget about the crowd. Forget about what's happening over the sidelines. Contend with what's happening on the field, because at the moment, Queensland are just full of running at the moment.
I'll tell you what, there's more blue jumpers in the crowd than I expected there to be. They were talking about 95% maroon. I'll tell you what, a lot of New South Wales cousins from regional areas are in high representation out there tonight. And here's Payne, pass, spinning it some 35 metres out from his own line. For Damien Cook to go on, he's captive. James Tedesco then, just short of halfway. And another run, six again, Torbo Sutton. Cook filled up in the tackle by Fasua Malawi and by Christian Welsh. Damien doesn't need to be taking on a couple of big hombres like that, I can assure you. This is Safidi. The juniors at the entrance, very much the Central Coast, Newcastle model. Now for Cook, then for Blair. He's gone away to Cleary, then to Frizzell. Scored a few tries in Origin football. Tyson Frizzell, bound for Newcastle. Cleary gets it away to Crichton. Almost in the middle of the ground, but they go to the left side for Cleary to put a kick in. And Allen goes up and comes down without it. Now Terry Evans might have been offside, was he? And the Blues are claiming a try.
I have a try.
Oh, he's given a try as far as he's concerned, but
And then
they're going up
Tedesco
for
grabs the
examination.
ball.
Yeah, but it was a poor kick by Nathan Cleary. It went too deep into the in goal.
And if we... And
Jack Whiten
the
tried to get
escort from
through
Darling
quickly to
Terry
get
Evans
something
is the
on
first
it.
thing.
Well, I think it's Corey Allen that just comes up with a fumble. And there's a real chance that
New South Wales
Tedesco's
kick
got his
chase on
hand
the
in
left,
ball.
they're onside.
So it's Corey Allen. He gets it, but then as his
Daly
body
Cherry Evans
twists,
has
he
made
loses the
contact
ball.
with the chaser.
So Cherry Evans has knocked Whiten out of the way. That'll be a penalty.
I think that's a knock on, mate.
That'll be a knock on. It's hit Cherry Evans, who's offside. Tedesco gets his hand on the ball.
Terry Evans doesn't force the ball.
Clearing James Tedesco. Offside.
Tedesco looks like he's got one here for New South Wales.
Yeah, that's a try for sure. But, you know, the young man, you got to feel for him. First game, the opening 10 minutes, he gets a little tester and just dropped it.
Ball was
cold.
knocked on by Queensland.
And then Daly's actually probably worried about the fact he is offside. That's why he was tentative. And then in came Tedesco, like a thief in the night. And watch this, bang.
Well, he definitely has
No grounding by Daly Cherry Evans, and the ball is grounded in the in goal by James Tedesco. We have decisions.
So the Blues have got themselves a try. Travis Singer, their captain.
Well, it's come out of nowhere. Andrew.
James Tedesco. Last year he won every available prize.
Harvey Norman replay. He's just stone cold dropped that, Alan. Cherry Evans couldn't pick it up. Blues hit back very, very quickly.
I wonder what the decision would have been if they had classified Cherry Evans as being offside. Would it have been a penalty try? Could well have been. They don't need to investigate that though. And here's Cleary who put the bomb up. He's online. 6 all.
No worries.
Queensland yet to place the ball on the tee. The Blues drawing level at the 10th minute. 6 all. Will they win the 3 people tonight? Become another victim of the graveyard. Munster's kick is a monster. It's out on the full. Penalty. Joey.
Valentine Holmes' try was off a penalty. That try then to Tedesco was on the back of a 6 to go. In these games, your discipline has to be perfect. Traditionally, three games are always high-scoring affairs. So with this fast track, you see the win behind Queensland there. I think it'll be a high-scoring game, very entertaining, which I think is an advantage to New South Wales. 4 points out wide.
Really gave it some oomph, didn't he? Munster, it landed in Caxton Street. The Blues. Crichton taking them on with a strong run of about 10 metres to the 20. 6 all after 11. Origin 3. Payne Haas. Papali over the top, Welsh underneath. Down the middle. And then Cleary turns it back in. And it's with Safiti now. Friend and Welsh doing the defensive work. They're 10 out. Cleary coming across and getting it to Walker. Walker away to Jefferson. So the Blues again with a long ball from dummy half. Equally from Cleary. Out to Cook. Back to Tedesco wrapping around. And you play at 15 now. The last. Cleary, plenty of time to kick. There's a maul, they go up, it comes down to Friend for Queensland. So the pressure comes off them for a moment. Capewell with this run.
It was a much better defensive 6 effort, Queensland. They seemed to cover the field a lot better. They read where New South Wales were going. Pretty much stress-free in that set.
Good run. That's Brinko Lee. 4 newcomers in the side tonight. Total, as I said earlier, of 14. Gained their first Maroon jumper under Wayne Bennett this year, and that's a record for the state of Queensland.
That's a great kick from David Cherry Evans too. He didn't wait around. As soon as Brinko Lee came up with a good run, he just put his foot to the ball, and now Queensland can apply some pressure with their defence. And they're zeroing in on these New South Wales forwards.
Crichton. 30-metre line, his own end. Safiti. Now the last. And they're kicking from 35 out from their own line. And Cleary got a good piece of it. It's gone down to Holmes. And now it's away to Corey Allen.
That's the advantage of the early kick. They put New South Wales under such pressure. Cleary had to wait till tackle 5 to have his kick. It was New South Wales kicking early in game 2. Cherry Evans just turned the advantage into the leg.
Holmes, hard and fast, and taken by Crichton again. He's having a big start to the game. Albeit he gave that penalty that led to a try. Munster gets it on. Gaggai's with the ball. New South Wales is in. 6 more tackles called. Here's Munster. 15 out from the line. Capel, Cherry Evans, Welch, taken by Haas and Safidi. Queensland with a chance here. Munster, Cherry Evans, Kafusi. Close to the line. It's a metre away. Renko leads. Cherry Evans, Papali. Vasil Malawi. Uprights, 5 metres away. Blues defence being tested. 6 more. Talk about tested. It's a real pressure test. The red flag is up, surely. Allen loses it behind him. Brenko Lee in 21. That's Edwin. Again, there's the try line. This is taking a hell of an effort of New South Wales to keep them away. Maroons swarming in. Capewell. 4 Blues Jacklers in the tackle. Still, they regroup. And now, Munster runs through 60. Again, it will be the bell lap. He plays it back to Fred. Now, Cherry Evans puts a kick in. Pressure over there for Daniel Tupou, and he rakes the ball down. It looks like it's grasped over there by Jack White. Right in the corner.
I didn't need that penalty, Queensland. Stuck right down in that corner. A penalty. That's a good one for the Blues to get. But the Queensland forwards are starting to roll along really nicely at the moment. Papali, there was a great run as well by Valentine Holmes. He started all that about 3 or 4 minutes ago with a magnificent run. Unfortunately there, the penalty.
It's a penalty against Queensland inside the 10. As the ball was raked away from Daniel Tupou. Paul is right what he's saying about Queensland, but it was a determined effort by the Blues. 30-metre line there. Trebojevic away from half again. He's only 40-metre line. Putting it in for Frizzell. Well, going with 4 forwards on his bench for Newton, Paulo, Brown and Rowe. He was tempted to use on Pappenhausen. Trebojevic. The bench and just wondering at what point Harry Grant will be brought into the game. So Cook away for the kick from Walker. And it's going out on the... No, it's bounced just in the field of play, and it's taken to ground by Brenko Lee.
Take it back, Brenko.
Taken back. Boy, he actually fell on the ball. And so this is Corey Allen. He's had a shaky start, the youngster. Scored 3 tries, I remember, in a charity shield match. South Sydney a couple of years ago. He was Rookie of the Year in 2019. South. This is Capewell. Finished up as a member of Cronulla's grand final squad. Also Penrith's grand final squad, I would imagine. Welsh not beaten the first time, so he goes again. Munster inside 40, you heard the referee. So Addo-Carr on the right. He needs 1 try to equal the most tries scored in a series. The record set by Ryan Girdler, and then 2 years later, it was equalled by Lottie Takiri. So you're watching Origin 3. Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. Live and exclusive on the Nine Network here in Australia. This is Angus Crichton. A Gain of some 12 metres there. Cook goes for a scull. Just inside the 40 last tackle mark. Witter. Kick down to Edric Lee, and they don't come any easier than that. This is Allen. Walker pursues. Played a part in the tackle. 18 and a half minutes gone, and 6 all. Getting your first try of the penalty given to them by New South Wales.
Yeah, it's been a very fast first 18 and a half minutes. There's players out here that are just starting to struggle with the pace of the game. Both coaches will be looking at the bench.
Holmes.
Don't want to flinch and go too early, but by the same token, one decision now could make or break them for this first half.
Ball sitting down just outside the 10. Addo Carl giving it immediately to Tedesco. Arrow is out there in 16. Tedesco loses the ball. Fasil Malawi takes it ahead. He's dragging players with him. Referee went down.
Now we got an injured player, one of the players there.
Tedesco hurt.
The Queensland players are calling for someone to come on and help him. He's Gaga.
Well, this could well be the end of Tedesco's night. He's staggered there. He will not be coming back.
This is a big moment in this Origin decider, a big moment. He's their best player.
All right, so what do New South Wales do here? They've got 4 forwards on the bench. Jack Whiten does have experience at fullback, which could mean maybe a Yo into the centres. Whiten at fullback. They have trained with Cody Walker at fullback. Andrew Johns.
Yeah, Isaiah Yo's up. He'll go. It's an accidental knee there from Kapali. As you said, he'll be gone for the night for Tedesco. No need for that carry up on the dark side. But Isaiah Yo, I'd say, will go to right centre. And Clint Gunderson will go to fullback. So he gets the knee here. And he's knocked out. He's on the ground. That's just not needed, the extra. The game's hard enough as it is without that position coming into the game.
We've got Cam Smith sitting here in the box as well. Cameron, what are your thoughts on the opening 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's been a great opening 20 minutes, Matt, of the State of Origin, end-to-end stuff, which is great. The crowd's right into it. The atmosphere is absolutely amazing here tonight. My thoughts on the game so far, I thought Queensland, the left edge in particular, has been very dangerous. Cameron Munster, we missed him in game 2 out with the HIA early on in the game, but he's certainly shown his worth here tonight as he's against Tedesco leaving the field. A huge out, as we mentioned. New South Wales' best player. Let's see how they respond now, the Blues, with their number 1 player out of the game. But we've seen in the first try, Queensland running on the last, just how good he is there and testing out the New South Wales right edge. I've noticed Josh Addo-Carr defending very close to his centre partner, Steve Atkinson. Queensland, a really good mix of direct hard running and the willingness to move the ball around in the first 20 minutes has been outstanding. And as Gus mentioned earlier in the call, don't underestimate how powerful an early kick is in this game for State of Origin. To turn the opposition around, make those big forwards, put a little bit more movement in their legs and tire them out. For New South Wales, Tedesco has been great, scored the first try, very fortunate as we see play get back on the way. But New South Wales, I think they've been happy to work through this set. Clearly dropping off players, getting to their kicks, they're playing the passing game tonight.
So the Maroons pressing hard inside the 10. Munster, right away to Allen. Tyler Darrow has gone out there for the Blues. We guess he's playing centre and White at fullback. It's gone away again to Fasil Malawi. Inside the 10-metre line. Still at 6-all. Quarter of the game gone. Munster, it's to Gagai. 11 tries in 15 Origin. Munster long, half volley for Friend, and that is Arrow with the ball. He's 7 metres away, gets the ball away to Friend. He's grabbed by his opposite number. Pulls the ball into him. Partly out wider. And then Jerry Evans puts in a kick with a friendly bounce on it for Gutherson.
Yeah, it's a great heads-up play by Gutho. Very good Parramatta fullback. As soon as he got it, he knew he couldn't try and make any ground. He would have been forced back. So straight on the ground, good play.
Run prior to this was Whiten. That's Tupou. So Tedesco, we don't think will be back. Just for you people that don't watch a lot of league other than Origin, player of the year last year, fullback of the year last year, won the medal for best in Origin, the Wally Lewis medal last year. Premiership, Origin series, my God. As I said, he won every prize available. And he's off the field. It's a huge blow to New South Wales, as Munster was just the other day for Queensland.
It's a massive blow. It's an absolute massive blow.
Allen.
And my concern with putting Neo to right centre is that he doesn't necessarily like playing on the right side of the field, and he is marking Dane Gagai because Dane Gagai is playing left.
Papali, Wayne only gave him 43 minutes last week. He's playing strong tonight as it's come away to Munster. He ran into a dead end, decided to give it back to Jerry Evan. Daly running along the red line. Then for Friend and then for Arrow. Arrow tries to bust between Angus Crichton and Payne Hart. Still Queensland pressing. And still the Blues defending stoutly, and that's Gutherson.
Munster appealing for a penalty there. He said that Brazil got in his way.
Rado Carr spins out of a two-man tackle.
It's all Queensland at the moment, applying a lot of pressure.
And we've just seen Lindsay Collins go on for Papali. 22-minute stint by Papali. Very, very good. But Collins is a goer. He won't let them down. He goes good. He and Arrow have been brilliant off the bench for Queensland.
Brazil getting the ball away to Yo. Not to the halfway yet. Cleary. Down to Edric Lee. Ball bouncing high into the air. Crichton makes the tackle with Hart. Here's Brinko Lee. Collins, Brisbane Brothers Jr. Played under 20s with the Broncos before signing with the Roosters. He's the grandson of Lionel Williamson, the Kangaroo one. Great one. There's the ball away to him now. Collins.
Starting to get some offloads here, Queensland.
So Kufusi. 30-metre line last tackle. Munster. Left foot kick, and O'Tar under it. Probably with a foot injury since last Wednesday. Josh O'Tar. Play by Yo. It's Fanuka. Ripping the teeth and hitting them hard.
When you put the sprinklers on at the other end of the field at the moment, it's all being played down New South Wales end, and the Blues really having a... Again, the Blues have had to wait till tackle 5 to kick again. They haven't been able to get one early kick away. Queensland has certainly improved that part of their game. They didn't need that error.
And Harry Grant runs onto the field to make his debut for Queensland.
Hey. Shot clock on.
That occurred simultaneously with the mistake from Corey Allen.
On the clock, boys.
Well, our Telstra tracker, our GPS technology, we've been looking at the two hookers just to see how much work they've been doing, Cook and Friend. Both of them covered a lot of distance tonight. I would imagine that he got Harry Grant up to make the interchange when he saw how well New South Wales, or how New South Wales were struggling in defence there. And he wanted to get him on the field, and as soon as he gets on the field, Corey Allen comes up with an error. And now the Blues can go on the attack, so good plan.
Oh, that's knocked on by Yo. Takewell leads the celebration.
Well, there you go.
Origin. Decide up, anything can happen. And I've got to say, Addo Carr, look, he looks a bit cooked to me. Here's the mistake, the error. Just took his eyes off the footy for a second. He's got an ankle injury. He's had spent a lot of time hands on hips there. Queensland should continue to attack down his wing for sure.
Here they come, the Maroons, to the halfway line. 6 minutes gone, and 6 all to score. This is Capewell. And as is always the case with Kurt Capewell, proves a problem to pull down, resists the tackle, fights the tackle, as you should do. The other side quite often. And so here's Cherry Evans linking with Munster. Karen Munster is held there jointly by Frizzell and Cook.
Munster just wants
the 30-metre line.
Munster just wants the ball the whole time.
And Cherry Evans with a half break.
Harry Grant was screaming from 6 again there. It's a nice little kick.
Gutherson cleans up down in his own in goal.
Yeah, and that was Harry Grant's first foray from dummy half. A little sneaky little go. He involved Daly Cherry Evans. It was a bit of a fluky pass and a pick-up, but still, just the fact that he's out of dummy half, that's danger time. He's Queensland's answer to Damien Cook.
Gutherson had
Time you're on.
an air swing almost and then got it with the second back. Grant out there at the 25th minute of this game. So the carry back is Collins. One of 5 Roosters in the game. Melbourne have got 7. Souths have got 5. And this is for Cyril Malawi, held by Junior Paulo, who's out there now. Munster turned in for Gaga. Runs towards Paulo and Trebojevic. Frizzell joins in. And that's where they are. They're 11 metres out in the centre. It's gone away to Arrow. The impetus of the tackle jumps the ball free and Cook gets the ball away. And that's Jack Whiten. Tupou. Jolting tackle. 3 Maroon jumpers taking Daniel Tupou. Trebojevic taken then by Capewell. Joey.
With all this field position and all the momentum of Queensland, I wonder if they're going to look at the scoreboard and feel the pressure of not putting points on when they've had that superior field position. Early kick from Nathan Cleary.
It's a big kick down into the corner behind Holmes. He starts his run from his own line. Gets it out to the 20. Henrik Lee. 10-metre run. Brinko Lee.
They've done well, these Queensland outside backs. They're really working hard in the middle of the field.
It's Corey Allen. It's right on halfway. Munster kicking towards touch, but it's fielded back there by Gutherson. He's actually gone back to fullback, Gutherson, and Yarrow, of course, as you know, is in the centres. We thought it might have been Jack White, and Gus is right. He played a lot of fullback before Ricky converted him to a 5'8". But Gutherson's gone back to fullback, and of course he was fullback of the year at the Dally M. Cleary, not frightened to kick early.
That's a great kick.
It's going to find touch.
That's a great kick.
It is a brilliant kick.
And the best thing about it is the courage to do it. Queensland have been on top for ages now, and early in the tackle count, Cleary's still got the courage to kick from his own end of the field early in the tackle count, deep from his right-hand side, across the field. Now because he kicked early, there's no wingers back, and he's got a 40-20. That's a big heart right there. Big heart.
You might come back to that kick in the second half and say that's a match-winning play. You just never know. Brilliant stuff from Cleary.
There's Dale Finucane. He's played in 3 origins for 3 victories. might turn out to be the lucky charm. Paulo to the middle and then an offload. Trebojevic clearing. Puts on a sprint and he's pulled down. Copybook tackle Kafusi. Play back for Cook now. He goes away to Walker. And Papali was there.
I thought he went off to Papali. Must have been a short break.
Cleary again. Now Paulo, and again an offload from Paulo. Back to Cleary. Basketball to Frizzell. It's gone away to Yo. He's taken by Holmes. He's trying to beat the tackle. But he'll play a 10 out. So Cook playing 5 now. And Gufferson just short of the line. 6 more against the player lying in the ruck. Now it's gone to Walker. Inside ball for Crichton. Try line, you can see. 5 out. Fanuka. Turn the sprinklers off for a moment. Fanuka a couple of meters out. Cook back for Trebojevic. And then for Cleary. He's nabbed and a good tackle by Gagai. Cook then. Towards the uprights. Back to Paulo. Another offload. Walker loses the ball. Munster tries to burst through.
That's great defence from Queensland. Look how quickly Munster swooped onto that ball. Now they've got a penalty, a 6 again.
Let's go.
And the boys are getting restless.
Time off.
Well, it's been frantic stuff.
Okay, cheers. Cheers.
Queensland really
Cheers.
getting
Just
off
have
their
a look
line
and see if
quickly in
Cody Walker
defence.
throws one. Mate, just get him out of there. Get Cody out of there.
A desperation
Mate, the best
tackle
thing you do
there
is
from
get
Lindsay
Cody out
Collins.
there.
That forced the ball loose. Great stuff by Collins. And Jai Arrows produced a couple of really good online try-saving tackles as well.
There's Munster hitting Cleary in the mouth, trying to get him to let go.
Okay, I've ruled penalty Queensland. We're playing on. Yep. Okay. Yep. Thanks, boys. We're playing on. We're playing on. Penalty Queensland.
Playing on penalty Queensland. Gus, the Blues attack seems to be 6s and 7s. They seem a bit lost.
We're going, mate.
Well, I think it's the Queensland defence, Paul. In Origin 2, Queensland was sitting back a little bit, but tonight they're taking time and space away from them. They're reading the plays pretty comfortably. New South Wales, this game was stock standard sort of plays that they used in previous games. They haven't introduced anything new. Queensland are picking it off very, very quickly. Gagai in particular, Cherry Evans have both got off quickly and cut off plays.
Just got told that James Tedesco failed the HIA. He's gone for the night. The New South Wales captain took accidental knees from Papali. Queensland about to launch another attacking spree. I tend to agree with Andrew. Disappointed they haven't come up with something from a couple of long periods attacking the Blues line. Cherry Evans then finding Munster, and the ball goes to ground and Cleary dives on it, but it's a knock on.
He had to make
It's up
this
here,
play,
boys.
Cleary. Munster had them
Down the
beaten.
middle.
Munster just wants the ball in his hands the whole time. He really fancies himself up against a Yo playing in the centres for the Blues. He knows he's playing out of position. Look at the gap they create here outside Cleary, and Cleary had to come up with that. Otherwise, Capewell was into a big hole. Big hole. They're in trouble here, the Blues. He's only been out there for a few sets of 6, Harry Grant, but already he looks like he's capable of changing this game, changing the whole dynamic of the series, in fact, with his work out of dummy half.
Cherry Evans, a sweep, Holmes, he's put over the line by Addo-Carr.
Well, if he doesn't juggle this, I think he scores.
And there's that little shot just on the outside of Addo-Carr. And nearly tooled it off.
But Paul, this is why I don't think Yo should be playing right centre. Look how he has really found out for pace here when the ball gets to his outside. Right? He just hasn't got the pace to match it with Allen. And that really drags Addo-Carr in. Had the pass been better, I think he scores. I think they need to rethink this, the Blues,
Yeah,
about how they're lining their back line up.
By the way, it was a great, almost a double play by Addo-Carr. He came in, snuffed it, and then went out and snuffed it. Put Holmes into touch. Good snuffing.
5 minutes of the first half to go. And Tupou to play the ball.
Is that a word, snuffing?
I don't know. I just asked the same question.
I think it is, Paul. I wouldn't be apologising too rapidly.
Good snuffing.
So, Thierry turning it back on the inside for Trebojevic. And then Cook away to Finucane and on to Cleary, then to Frizzell, and Frizzell looking to unload, but then he had a bit of artillery all over him, including Josh Papali. Cleary puts the kick up.
I think it's a sign of the Queensland defence that New South Wales have had to turn the ball back inside so often. It really is breaking down. They kind of have to turn Cassell back on the inside, Torlo back on the inside. They haven't had any time and space to put people into holes on the edges or threaten to pass the ball out wide. The more they're forced to turn the ball back inside, the more it suits Queensland.
It's been a long time since the scoreboard attendant has had anything to do. Holmes at the 3rd minute, Tedesco at the 8th minute, and 6-all with both tries converted. Jerry Evans drifting to Munster, now to Jagger. Brazil coming in over the top of the initial tackle from Nathan Cleary. Jerry Evans off his right foot, a jink and a dummy, and then it's gone to Munster, who's run around Addo-Carr, puts another kick in. Here comes Jerry Evans. Daniel Tupou loses the ball. Queensland is short. Wow. Munster. He is white hot. Here he is again. Left foot kick. There's open pasture. Oh, that might have cost them. No, it hasn't. Edric Lee goes over to score. Edric Lee goes in to score after Brinko got a hand on it, but it went back. I think he needs to try the ref. I think he's right.
That the ball goes backwards off the hand.
There's a couple of moments of Munster brilliance. And you wonder why the commentators all week saying that Munster's so important. The big plays leading
Queensland
up to
right
this
side
play
kick, Chase Allen side.
were just phenomenal. He kicks because he sees the wide open spaces, gets a bad bounce. Branko Leo gets a hand on this. I'd say that goes backwards, luckily. But Edric Lee picks it up.
Touch judge gives an indication
Ball's gone backwards
that
off
it
the
went
hands of
backwards.
Branko Lee.
Good piece of
Taking
work on the
clinical
sideline.
Edric
There
Lee.
you see the arm saying to his referee, it's gone back. Makes it easy
grounded
for
him in
the
the
second man.
decision.
And then Edric takes the fall.
Look at Munster here. A little kick in behind, regather, kick again in the one motion. And you see that Daniel Tupou has had to come from the left wing across there to defuse that. Munster sees it straight away. Grant gets him the ball. Munster kicks to the open spaces. They get a bad bounce, Queensland. Fortuitously knock it back. But Edric Lee unrivaled to get to the try line. That's a big moment. Munster brilliance. Munster brilliance in that passenger play.
Well, what an auspicious entry for Edric Lee. One of the 4 newcomers in the match tonight. Now Valentine Holmes has got that. With 1 3/4 to go. And it looks sweet. It is. Welcome back to Suncorp Stadium where we're pressing up to half-time. And Queensland leading the Blues 12-6. And James Tedesco gone for the night after failing the HIA as Papali plays the ball and Capewell gets it out almost to the 20-metre line. And Haas back on the bench. There's James next to him. So Maroon rocking it out. And there by Collins. Harry Grant came on at the 25th minute. Munster back on the blind side. Tries to do it himself. He's able to get an offload away to Capewell, to Gagai. Gagai steps back inside, does it again. Gives it back to Munster. And Munster's picked up and put away by Angus Crichton. Johnny Evans just dropped that ball. And then it's gone to Kafusi. It's out to Brenko Lee. Now it's with Edric Lee. Bing will be on the ground himself. So Jai Arrow playing the ball.
Just back on that try for Queensland, I still reckon the first kick from Munster, I reckon he nearly missed it. I reckon it was a missed kick. But on the end of the second kick, Edric Lee, by the way, I mean, he great effort by him tonight making his debut. He hasn't played for 7 weeks. His last game was for Newcastle in the second or the last round of the comp. A long time between drinks. Great effort by Edric Lee tonight.
Half-time is with us. And at half-time, it's Queensland leading New South Wales 12-6. 12-6 to them, 62% possession. And the completion that they gave them to you. 21 from 25 for Queensland and 18 from 22 for New South Wales, which sees the percentage of possession translating exactly as you would expect it.
And as we said after game 2, right on full time, ignore this scoreboard here in Sydney, because until you've experienced Origin at Suncorp Stadium, you haven't experienced Queensland at their best. And we're seeing it here tonight.
So we're underway in the second half, the last 40 minutes perhaps. Rugby league for this season. The curtain comes down on the shortened Origin season with Finucane taking that carry. This was the series that we thought we might lose. The efforts of Peter Volandis and the Apollo people and all of those, the NRL, and of course the most important people, the players, been able to regroup after the competition, regular season. And we've had 3 Origin matches in November, Wednesday, back to back, and back again. This is Corey Allen getting his pass away to Edric Lee. Scored second try of the night for Queensland, not long before half-time. This is Branko. New South Wales, they came here looking for a three-peat. They're still very much in this game. Gagai, the 40, his own end of the park. They're running away from the Caxton Street end, and here's a break being made by Grant. There's a push in the back. Then there's Holmes coming like a lightning bolt.
Okay, I'm okay at the first bit up here. Okay, yeah. Okay, cheers. I had no try. Looking at the contact between Corey Allen and a New South Wales player further upfield. And then looking to see if we've got a professional foul here on Valentine Holmes.
And this is what professional foul on Valentine Holmes. Cleary's going for the ball. Brilliant work by Harry Grant. Up the middle.
Queensland kick chaser.
Yes, there was a push in the back, but they were all in pursuit of the football.
It's a pushing back from the Queenslanders.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Contact between the chasers at this point is incidental, playing on.
Get rid of that.
Cleary will dive for the ball. And it comes off the knees of Valentine Holmes.
Nathan Cleary contesting the ball. No interference. Ball comes off Valentine Holmes and goes dead.
100%.
Decision.
100%. No need to even look at all that stuff.
Yeah, they've got all that right, but this is what Harry Grant brings. Now, Harry Grant is going to be the next Queensland hooker for the next probably 10 years. And Wayne Bennett took a gamble and decided to put him on and give him a run. And look what he can do. We've watched him do this all year for the West Tigers on loan from Melbourne Storm. And this is what he brings. And it's a great effort. Here's Harry. He hasn't played in 8 weeks.
There's Gutherson now.
We'll talk more about Harry Grant as the game goes on. He has the potential just to change the momentum here for Queensland.
Crichton. Trebojevic. In the halfway line. Waiting with Collins to make the tackle. Then for Newton. Cleary's pass has gone away. Now he's come from an offside position to put himself onside, Walker. So it's play on. And now Fuller.
In New South Wales, when they roll through their plays, they're not enjoying Queensland getting up in their face. They've got to change focus a little bit. Punch away around the middle and use Damien Cook out of dummy half to turn Queensland around.
Walker then down to Edric Lee in his corner. And Whiten it is that makes the tackle. Oh, sloppy played the ball. It went backwards though off the acting half. And Allen to play it now. Queensland penalty. It's called at the 10.
Get involved in the push and shove, mate. Prevents the play the ball happening.
In fact, it was push and
Et aujourd'hui alors, c'est quoi le bon choix moins cher?
Avec Auchan, c'est bon de rentrer moins cher. Profitez de toutes nos offres de la semaine. À retrouver dans votre magasin Auchan.
Auchan, le choix, le bon.
That's sort of garbage, so they've paid the penalty.
Kafusi now. Collins. 40-metre line, his own end. There's Arrow, and then Munster drops it down to Gagai. He's up to the halfway. Centre of the ground. Big crowd inside. Jai Arrow plays it on the 40-metre line. Harry Grant again away, and then he comes across field, turns it back inside for Allen, and Allen has taken McGallis and got it away in time. It's with Terry Evans now. Here's Josh Papali inside the 10, flies out, and off one, back to Munster, then to Collins. He's 5 out from the line, if that. Munster, Terry Evans, long ball, Gagai got it away, oh, knocked on by Holmes.
That's incredible football from Queensland. And Harry Grant again. Harry Grant again. Across the field, taunting the Blues defence. Finds a gap, comes out the other side, then gets the offload. Munster into the fray. He's just got to steal Munster. Queensland back on the attack.
Stolen by Harry Grant. Right hand lower corner in the box. Replay of what you saw. Now it's with Papali. Back direct. Grant close to the line. Long ball Munster. Second man play ever. Terry Evans into touch.
Yeah, looked a bit indecisive out there. Almost too many players to pass it to. All on the same line. No one was just deeper than the other. That's unfortunate. Little break. You can't let them go.
Indication from Valentine. He wants it on his chest. Gagai had enough problems with the pass of his own.
Yeah, but that was better from the Blues because Addo-Carr did come up and in. They've been sitting back and sliding, and Yo's lack of pace out there has been a problem for them. Addo-Carr came in there and cut it off. Queensland is exasperated with a couple of close calls. They're way on top. New South Wales have got no answer to them at the moment. Harry Grant and Munster.
Yeah, not only Harry's running, but he threw a 20-metre pass there, second. Brilliant pass. Oh,
Super.
that ending up.
Hit hard by Collins and Edric Lee. 12-6. 6 minutes gone, second half. Paulo. Held by Kafusi low. Grant over the top. Cook, a no-look pass away for Finucane. Fifth tackle, so here's the kick. Clearly hammered by the defence. Then Allen thought he might have been in the air, but looks like he's got away with it. Not him, but the Blues. This is Gagai. 30-metre line, Queensland's edge, and a run for Valentine Holmes. Here comes Munster, reaching halfway, killed by Paulo and Traverse. The pilot is up the ante tonight. Collins. 35 metres out, fifth tackle now. Munster puts the kick out. Backpedaling Addo-Carr. Now the speedster. He gets away, not clearly and not cleanly, but he'll play the ball on the 20. Now for Isaiah Yeo. Held low by Munster. Jefferson pushing it on to Walker. Walker away to Pratt. On their own 30 now. Here's Walker. White. Almost on halfway. Cook, a run of some 7 or 8 metres. Bounce was reasonable for Trebojevic.
There was a chance there, they just overran it.
Last now is with New South Wales and Cleary. Puts it down in the direction of Valentine Holmes. It goes long to Corey Allen. And Frizzell makes the tackle with the help of Yeo. Here's Holmes coming in. Looking for work now, Valentine. Dry arrow. 40-metre line. They're just inside it, their own. And Grant gives it to Kafusi. Papale. Coming to the last now. 5 gone. Munster. Very, very high. Lots of hang time. Came off Addo-Carr. I think it's gone into touch.
Hand over.
He's ruling
Hand over
hand
the 10,
over.
Toddy. Hand over,
It
mate.
looks like it was touched back by Queensland here.
Over there, mate. Over there.
Blues just need to hang in.
Climb on. No touches.
He's yellow.
Gus, they're missing Tedesco, aren't they, Gus? A little or no penetration through the middle of the field. Stuff that he normally does.
I'd like to see more of this, just doubling up with dummy half runs. Try to turn Queensland around a little bit and get back to those early kicks as they can.
Nathan Brown.
Distance travel here. You see Harry Grant there. He's only been out there less time than the rest of them. He's already got 2.65 kilometres under his belt.
Damien Cook with a run. Carries him inside the 30 and then he's put away by Papale. Cleary kicking for his men on the left edge. Edric Lee up above everybody. Branko. The centre corridor and Collins taken.
I can't tell.
Top and the ball's, it might be high, this tackle. Yes, it is.
I can't tell you how well Lindsay Collins has played since he's been out there. He's absolutely sensational. Roosters bench player off the bench for Queensland. He has been so good.
There's the high shot from Frizzell.
Well, I've seen a dozen worse than that in this game. But we call the ball, because the ball comes loose, they award the penalty. There's been a dozen worse than that. They've gone unpenalised.
Jerry Evans with a good touch finder. Frizzell the man penalised. Jake Friend handing it on for Collins.
Big set of sixes. New South Wales can't afford Queensland to score next.
Arrow heading back towards the short side. All down by Finucane. Jerry Evans. Collins. Third tackle gone. There's the 10, there's Friend, there's Grant. It's gone away now to Capewell. That's how close they are, about 5 metres away.
Both Friend and Grant are on the field at the same time.
Munster. Now he finds Jerry Evans. Down by Crichton. Last tackle. Munster through the hands. Allen puts a little kick in. Came off a Blues foot. 6 more for Queensland. Now can they capitalise? Kafusi Long. Munster. Jerry Evans. Grant. 10-metre line. In front of the upright. Jerry Evans. Short to Capewell. Again, they're so close to the line. Friend, and here's Collins again. Friend goes back to the blind for Munster to stand and give it back to Friend. Puts in the little kick and O'Carra's there to clean it up. Line drop out.
It's beautiful play. Beautiful play. Just building pressure. Cameron Munster, at the game he's had. His kicking game has been superb. Passing game, running, you name it. He's going well. And then Jake Friend back on the field. Interesting having both hookers on there, both dummy halves.
Yep.
They're both nippy around the ruck. And I just see Big Tino just went back on. And we know how dangerous he can be close to the line. So New South Wales, desperate times for them. They've got to regather and lift.
Since Jake Friend has come onto the field, he's taken up the dummy half position, which means Harry Grant is playing more of a lock forward role, a linking role.
That's on your own. Get behind it.
Massive set of 6 this one.
Nathan's kick. A bit wobbly. It's coming back. Kafusi will play the ball on the 30-metre line. On the Blues end of the ground, and a chance for the Maroons to mount some more enormous pressure. Friend to Grant. Grant comes back and he gets away from one. Tackled on the 10. Collins going behind him to Jerry Evans to Munster wrapping around.
Great defence. Good play, but they read it really well.
Whiten making the tackle.
6 more.
Jerry Evans, 6 more tackles.
Imaginons que vous souhaitiez acheter ou vendre des cryptos, mais que vous ne voulez pas que ce soit compliqué comme trouver un vendeur, négocier, rencontrer le gars, craindre le gars, hot wallet, cold wallet, obtenir le mot de passe, masquer le mot de passe. Dans 12 endroits différents, ouvrez simplement l'application eToro. Cliquez sur Recherche, choisissez votre crypto et cliquez sur Investissez. Définissez un montant, cliquez sur Acheter et le tour est joué. Alors crypto, essayez, achetez et vendez avec eToro. Commencez aujourd'hui.
Good. I don't think they've hardly touched the ball in the second half. All the time spent on their own line. Daniel Tupou, which having another fine game. He was great in game 2.
We've seen a lot of tries from midfield scrums in this series already. You South Wales will have to be on their guard here. Yo playing at right centre. Munster's moved to the left. He'd be eyeing him off.
So here they come. The men in maroon with Munster. Here he is, big for Sir Malawi. A charge at the line. There's a good tackle in there from Crichton, though. Fred again behind Collins, who's running decoy after decoy. Jerry Evans gets it back to Collins now with the ball. Down on the Milton Road end of the ground. Queensland looking for another one. Jerry Evans, Kafusi. 7 Storm players in the game. Jerry Evans. He's gone wide to Grant. He's got even wider to Gagai. Step. Runs into Frizzell and Cleary. High tackle's gone now for Queensland to the blind side. Capewell with a little kick. And he's offside, I fancy. The Blues are offside.
They had no other choice here. This is just bad luck. Outstanding defence from the Blues on their own line. Then they get to the last play. A nothing kick gets a ricochet. And the Blue finds himself in front. They'll have a shot for goal.
I'll tell you what. Valentine Holmes take a penalty shot from about 11 metres in and right on the 20-metre line to take them out of reach of a converted try. 2 from 2 thus far tonight.
All the possession, all the good possession, all the field possession with the Maroons. Possession 63% to the Maroons. 63% of possession. They have the 2 tries and conceivably have an 8-point lead here, but the Blues have been quite courageous to keep themselves in touch. And the Blues really haven't played any attacking football whatsoever in this second half.
That's what he's got. 2 goals already and a try for Valentine Holmes. This to take it to 14-6, and he's got it.
Right, Telstra Tracker, let's see what we've got here. Who's working the hardest out there? Clint Gutherson's covered 6.3 kilometres. Well, he started at centre, which shows you how much work he's done since he's gone back to fullback. Damien Cook, Nathan Cleary, Angus Crichton, all covering big metres. That's the defensive pressure that they've had to be under in Queensland with so much possession. Cameron Munster having a blinder, absolute blinder. He's taunting New South Wales everywhere. The Blues need the ball, they need some field position, and they need some cool heads.
Possession is at 63%. Still for Queensland. It's a big percentage. And it would translate, of course, to a high tackle count for the Blues. As well as translating to more sets for the Queenslanders. On a few occasions in this game, they've been absolutely pummeling the New South Wales line. They come up with 2 tries. This is Collins with the ball. Right on his 40-metre line. 5 of his Queensland side have been to the decider and 1 before to Parley on 3 occasions. And that is Gutherson. Ben Cleary, now Addo-Carr. Running up a hill for the Blues here at Suncorp tonight. Doesn't surprise anybody that the hot favourites are playing catch-ups. As anybody that's been around watching Origin for as long as it's existed, 40 years. Provided us with some of the inspirational elements of the game. Queensland are talking about. Unbelievable what they can do with these people. They put on a Moraine jumper. You throw them around a superstar or two, and they have the belief. I think that's the word. They have the belief. Brenko Lee, number 21. Hedrick, number 19. Brenko was looking for a job. Went to rugby for a fortnight and hated it. Here's Capewell. He's another one. Munster. Frank. Brenko got a premiership here. Here's Munster. Down to that O'Connor. Got down to the ground before the tackle connected, Joey.
Yeah, with so much possession to Queensland, New South Wales have chewed up so much petrol. The only way I can see them scoring is off the back of a penalty. There you get that. Run a bit harder, fight the tackles. Oh. Tough job ahead for the Blues.
Well, this is like the second half in Adelaide, and New South Wales kept running one out, failed to move the ball. Here's their first chance to move it. They've come up with a forward pass. Good pressure from Queensland defence again. And you can feel the pressure starting to build.
Yeah, and it was good play, but in the end, they're just too flat, New South Wales. Passing to a player who was actually in front of him, I reckon, in the end. Look how flat they are.
Well, they're all in front of the ball before they did it. You've just got to give yourself another couple of metres, because the outside men were actually in front of the ball the whole time.
Cam?
Yeah, thanks, Fatty. As we've seen another mistake there by the Blues. Queensland in this second half, all they've done is just control possession and field position. With both of those things, equal pressure. They've applied great pressure to the Blues all second half. The thing they need to be wary of now is to not stop playing football. They've done a fantastic job here in the first 20 minutes, led by Harry Grant from dummy half. He's been dominating.
There's Collins, who hasn't left anything in the tank either. As they come away to the right side for Jerry Evans to turn it back inside for Fasil Malawi. Try line on the screens. And then Friend back for Jerry Evans. He fends away from Crichton. Runs a half circle back to Friend. And Jake will play the ball about 7 metres away from the line. Grant gets it on to Welch, and he gets it back to Grant. Grant puts the head down. Oh, I think he might have a try. There's a hit. He's losing the ball. I don't think the referee's going to do what he does. Harry Grant has scored. Another one of the newcomers gets a try.
He's been a thorn in their side from the time he come on the field. And here I think the little fella's just ducked under a couple of defenders. And with a second effort, maybe it's a third effort, he will reach out. Oh, that might have come down before the line.
Yeah, it looks a little short. This is a good go, and
he's got a piece of it. It's got a piece of it.
Grant maintains possession of the ball and gets it to the goal line. We have a decision.
Just.
It's on by a bees. How good. Harry Grant is a star.
Can't do any better than that. 18-6.
Well, Harvey Norman replay, you're just going to see a determined second effort here to get that ball on the line, but he has caused New South Wales trouble from the time he came onto the field. And I hate putting raps on young fellas like this, and certainly I don't want to do that, but I can remember when Cameron Smith played his first Origin game back in 2003, and he got our attention straight away, and I walked away and I said, well, Origin just might have changed forever at the moment. And I think this fella, Harry Grant, could well have a similar effect on this Maroons generation, because he's such a live wire, he's so aggressive, he's so talented. And every time he's touched the ball tonight, he's tested the Blues defence. I'm not saying he's Campbell Smith, and that would be a ridiculous thing to say. But tonight he's had a similar effect. You can see it from the time he's taken the field.
Well, for the most part, he's been working out of the same stable. And Valentine has got the chance to take it to 20-6. 64 minutes gone in the game. Holmes to convert the try scored by Harry Grant. No problem.
Don't go early, Daniel. Wait, Payne, Jack. Stay behind it, Josh.
Welcome back to a packed house at Suncorp. As the ball is battered down and it's come down to Harry Grant. And a penalty has been given.
You can challenge.
Wales.
You can challenge.
There's an escort in here, according to the referee.
Escort. You. Escort police.
Andrew Johns is closer to the action. Andrew, did you see that escort?
Sure did. That was Kafusi on Tupou. Thanks for that one, Fat.
Gutherson.
Well, still 15 minutes to go. The Blues need something just to get some oxygen in the lungs, to get some confidence.
There's Walker. Another penalty going to New South Wales. Player not in possession, I think, held out of it.
New South Wales getting no time to play on the outside. Queensland up very, very quickly. The Blues have got to change tack here. What they're doing isn't working. The halves have got to think about pushing through the line.
A very similar resemblance to Adelaide, really. Much of this game. Relentless in the second half, they were, the Maroons. So Cook, Cleary, puts his foot on the accelerator, but the gap closing. Grant and Welsh making the tackle, and here comes Walker. Back to Gutherson. There's a try for Daniel Tupou, his second in Origin.
Have it inside. You have to check the inside. Okay,
Blood
that'll be
streaming from
before.
the gash.
Have a try. Just
On the
confirm
bridge of
there's
the
no
nose.
obstruction on the
It's
inside.
his first try in Origin last Wednesday. It looks like he's got another.
He's got to check that Gutherson gets his ball to the outside shoulder of the lead runner. I don't believe there's any interference, but it's the way they rule on these things. The ball goes back.
Ball is caught outside the lead runner. It's a defensive decision from Branko Lee to come in on that lead runner.
Well done, Mr. Referee. That's what the Blues needed.
Daniel Tupou remains in the field of play.
That's what the Blues needed. They needed to
And
construct
Grant's
a
ball
try.
in the in goal. Have a decision.
They needed to construct a try. Find their way to the in goal.
Yeah, it comes on the back of two penalties in a row to the Blues, and New Queensland have just got to lift their discipline. They can't afford to give away penalties this stage of the game. It's a great move by New South Wales. They did a Queensland on Queensland, almost a carbon copy of Valentine Holmes' try there in the first half. Here comes Cleary.
20 metres out. And Nathan gets another two. It's 20-12. 14 minutes to go. Daniel Tupou
That's what it is, mate.
and Nathan Cleary bringing the Blues back to an 8-point deficit now.
We're good to go. Stay behind it.
This crowd has well exceeded the number that it needed to be the biggest crowd at a sports stadium since COVID hit. And I'm talking global. Joey, a comment?
The key for the Blues is Cody Walker. In game one, he sparked him around a similar time. Just watching the right side for Queensland, there's Cody. Gutherson's got to get on his hip and play together. The right side, Brenko Lee's limping, the right centre. He's the target for Cody Walker.
Trebojevic and then Cleary, and out the back for Walker, and Walker away for Whiten. The Raider plays the ball. Player of the year. Cleary then showed it to Trebojevic, and his tackle down around the legs by Big Tino. Now Cook is able to unload, and Trebojevic puts in a kick on the lines. Mark back there by Allen.
Yeah, it wasn't the play though. All very rushed, and you've got to have cooler heads than that as you get down to the back end of these Origin games.
But the Blues have been buoyed by that try, and that was a very good set of six by them. They look a little refreshed. Queensland now starting to slow down.
There's Lee, Edric, Kaufusi. Getting the ball into Blues territory. Queensland pushing it away to Munster. Munster then getting it on, and this is Sewer. Munster from South Sydney. 500th man to play Origin football this series from Melbourne. And of course that is Addo Carr. On the top of him is Cherry Evans and Christian Welch. Jake Trebojevic goes into dummy half. Addo Carr getting upright, but a little bit gingerly. Look at him over there. He's got a cramp. Now it's with Payne Haas. Been doing between Haas and Fasua Malawi. And look at this. The strength of the Maroons' defence. The smell of victory in the nostrils. Frizzell. Cleary. Walker. Cut down by Friend. Cleary, little chip. Kaufusi. His will play on, the referee. So it's Holmes with the ball. Right on the halfway.
That's 2 fifth tackle options in a row that have put no pressure on Queensland.
Welch.
Up goes the champ, Queenslander.
Cherry Evans dropping it down to Friend, and Friend away to Sewer. Home ground advantage is one thing, but a big, big crowd. This encouragement that they're offering. And Munster behind Capewell. Here's it, no! He's put it down! Holmes putting it down. Gutherson sprinting back to the 20.
Oh my goodness, that could have wrapped it up. Oh,
Well, that was curtains. That was game over.
what sort of a pass is it? Oh, it's very cold.
It's perfect.
Very catchable.
Corey Allen round the corner.
It's one of the reasons that Wayne Bennett included him in the side. I know he had a shaky start, but he's got heaps of talent. The Blues live a little bit longer. That's Yo. 30-metre line. Queensland's there. Cleary. Trebojevic. Now for the kick. Down to Edric Lee's corner. Battered down by the Blues. They've got possession. Oh, dangerous pass. But the It's come back down to Cleary. He said play on. Cleary goes inside 20, goes to Paulo, knocked on again there by the Maroons. 6 more tackles. Frizzell passes. It's with Safiti. Safiti, that's the 10-metre line. They're 12 out. And a penalty for holding
He's got to kick
in
the
the
goal.
tackle.
He's got to kick the goal. You've got to kick the goal. You've got to kick the goal. Get within 6.
That's what he's going to do. They're taking the kick. Nathan Cleary will kick for 2014. Then there'll be about 7 minutes of time remaining. Coach left the stool.
Well, that's the right decision. That's the right decision. You're 8 behind. You can panic and think you need a try. But the goal, you're unlikely to get the goal when you're 2 points behind. Now you narrow it to 6. You're in the game. You're in the game. They're trying a goal.
We have got a big finish coming up here. There's another one on the field. You idiot.
That's not that worth. That's Jerome Luai, isn't that? Oh, quite a great man doing it.
At least he's got some Grundies on.
What's going on with you Queenslanders up there tonight, Paddy?
Too many 4Xs, I reckon. How good is it?
Queensland.
Anyway.
He's been locked up too long up there.
He's gone.
Tell you what, I said it earlier, but these blue jumpers, I guess they're people from regional New South Wales. They've been very brave,
Time you
well and truly outnumbered. There's another group of them.
What a big 7 3/4 minutes we have left. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is Origin. This is Origin footy at its best.
Here's Paulo. Going to play the ball. This is Frizzell. Just outside the 20-metre line. And that's the second tackle on this set. But Tyson is having trouble rising. Cleary's pass has gone away. A rolling ball to Jack Whitehead. On the 30-metre line. Third tackle now. Safiti with a bumper bar out the front. He plays it on the 40-metre line. Cook goes to the short side where Walker is there. Pulled down by Basil Malawi. And then it's to Cleary. Cleary puts it up and down in the one spot almost. Bounce will be interesting. It's going straight up and down. So here's the ball battered down and Walker puts another kick on it. Beautifully weighted down behind Allen. And now Corey brings it back. Just outside his own 10. Well, that's where the Blues would want them to be when giving them back the football. Here's Gagai.
They've got to be conscious of not giving away penalties, but also not letting Queensland into field goal range. And the field goal probably ends it for the Maroons. Munster and Cherry Evans, the kickers there.
Jake Fredden.
Blues have got plenty on their mind here, both in defence and attack.
Outside their 30 now. Cherry Evans to the 40. Taken by Frizzell, so he's okay. Now for Munster. Keeps it low. Hooks it across. Daniel Tupou. He's got defenders all over him. Kafusi, Welch, Gagai. And now it's gone back for Jack Whiten. He'll be the one that provides the magic stroke to bring the Blues back into a drawn situation. And then Cleary for Yo! He's over halfway, chased and put down by Sewer.
Get the ball back to Walker.
Cleary. Ball has been lost.
The ball needed to get to Walker. When you don't make that break down the right, they had to position themselves deeper and get the ball to Walker.
That was a big tackle, by the way, by Jaden Sewer. on Yo, who made the break. He was in fresh air, but Sewer, cover tackle, magnificent. And then on the back of that, Nathan has a show and go, and the ball comes loose.
The ball needed to get to Cody Walker. He needed to position himself, and they needed to get it to him.
Everyone's bugging, everyone's tired. They're playing on memory. They're playing on memory at the moment. You just got to keep finding and lifting.
Sherry Evans over the top came Crichton. And there's another penalty.
They've been knocked out by his own man here, I think.
Head injury. Time off for the injury.
He's been knocked out by his own man here, I think, accidentally.
Cody Walker face down on the two.
His teammate Damien Cook showed immediate concern for him, went over, held his hand.
Queensland poised with 5 minutes to go to regain the shield for the first time since 2017. New South Wales likewise the thought of a three-peat, very, very much injured.
Well, this breaking play is fortunate for Queensland. They'll be talking in the huddle there now just about working towards the post, get themselves into position for their field goal. And imagine what here is one of these two fellows that go into the back row. They'll try to push Crichton to centre and Whiten to 5'8" to accommodate. So Brown's got the card.
Well, let me ask Cameron Smith, who's been in the situation many, many times, Cam. What's the go? 5 to go, you're leading by 6.
Well, I'm looking at the clock now, it's up by 6 points, just over 4.5 minutes to go. I'm thinking about how many defensive sets we have left. 2, maybe 3 sets. So let's try and slow the clock down a little bit and just keep possession. We want to be kicking to corners, maybe even fine touch deep inside New South Wales half, just to try and take 5 or 6 seconds off the clock and just apply scoreboard and clock pressure to the Blues.
So scoring again's not really the option you want?
Well, it's all about the clock now, Fatty, and sure, you're looking for opportunities and you're looking for points all the time, but I think the safe option for Queensland right now, with 4 minutes to go, is back your defence. Back your defence in. They've been fantastic all night with the pressure that they've applied on New South Wales. This break now for Queensland will give them just that win, that second win they need to finish this game off.
Toaster tracker. GTS technology. Find out what's happening here. Average intensity, forwards metres. New South Wales having to work a lot harder than the Queensland counterbacks. There's been a real battle in the middle of the field, and I've got to say that the Queenslanders have won that battle. The Queensland forwards have been quite dominant in that part of the field, a dominating field position. They deserve their lead. It's not over, but Queensland seemingly inside of victory here.
There's Wayne Bennett back to Origin after 17 years. 25th game tonight. Coached 8 series for 4 victories. Last one in 2001.
Well, we saw him in the dressing room after Origin too. I mean, they were belted down here in Sydney, but you can see how relaxed he was about it. From the time they won in Adelaide and were one up in the series, he knew the decider was in Brisbane. I figured his thoughts were on that game. I'm not saying they didn't try their best in game 2, but Wayne Bennett knows it's a 3-game series. And whatever was happening in game 2 was only fueling his imagination and his plans for game 3. And he's turned up here tonight with a perfectly prepared team, played with great intensity. They've fixed the problems they had in game 2. They played this entire 75 minutes the way they played the second half in Adelaide. And New South Wales really haven't had an answer to it.
Dr. Nathan Gibbs on board the Medicab, attending to Cody Walker. So Welsh it is, it's taken down on his own 40-metre line. The Blues have won after trailing at half-time only 8 times in Origin history, and only once at Sunderland. So many of the stats coming into this game raised a red flag, didn't they? Queensland rolling it inside the 30-metre line with a safety first gameplay.
Hello?
6 minutes gone. Yo playing the ball for two.
Yeah, fine.
That's Safidi. Cook
How are you?
in, away, and back to Burbage to go to Gutherson, Brown, then to Clayton, now to Tupou. Daniel to play the ball just short of halfway. Drifting across and here comes the ball again from the crowd. Clearly, Clayton, then Gutherson. Now Young
You're on audio.
puts a kick in, and O'Carr's coming quickly, puts another kick on
You
it.
are on
Was he
audio.
fouled? Was he fouled? Was he interfered with? Yes.
So you don't even know what we're.
The referee may have viewed
Because
it
I can't see you. I'm seeing you on audio. That's fine.
Professional foul, the contact on Josh Adokar. Can you look at that?
Josh Adokar is the fastest man on the planet.
We're going through the process.
I don't think they'll award, well, I'm pretty sure they won't award a penalty try. He's inside Adokar.
Josh Adokar kicks the ball. Corey Allen interferes with his run.
It's a professional foul on here. What's going to be the offense?
He's the fastest man on the planet.
Into the back ball and he loses about 2 meters.
He's the fastest man on the planet.
A try scoring situation. However, too far from the goal line to consider a penalty try. It is a professional foul.
Yeah, I mean, there was 3 Queensland shots. Adokar might have run past him, but it's still hard to say. They might have got there. I mean, and I think that's the right decision. Professional foul. You see a player in the bin in the last 3 minutes.
Daly. Corey Allen, professional foul.
He was well in front of him. He was not going to beat Munster. Munster was not going to beat into the corner, I guarantee you. Anyway, they're down to 12.
There's no doubt he was in front of the Queenslanders when Corey Allen interfered with him.
He was. He was in front of him.
And suddenly he's behind the ball.
Take it back.
He was in front of them.
You know, the fact of the matter is, are you certain he was going to score a try?
I am.
I understand your viewpoint.
Thanks, Scoot. Oh, that'll do it. All right, Queensland, they've got to hang on. New South Wales, can they level it up?
There's Paulo right in front of the uprights up at the Caxton Street end. Back it comes for Cleary. Away he goes to Whiten. Whiten is about 4 from the white line. And here is Crichton again. He's really been one of the best for New South Wales right through the series. And you play it back to Cook. 77 and a half minutes gone. Whiten is over there now. Here's Yo. He'll look for Adokar. Here is Adokar now. Steps inside one, taken by Welsh, a Melbourne teammate. Will play the ball on the 10. 4th tackle gone. Cleary staggers his run. He'll play it now. Will they go to the kick? Cook is trying to get up and play it, Cleary. He's given 6 more tackles. Now it's come away, and it's with Trebojevic. Blues have got another 5 tackles.
Should have been another 50.
So here's Cleary. Now Nathan Brown in jumper 16. 78 minutes gone in the match. Cook 15. Paulo. There's the line. A couple away. Cook again. A long ball to Cleary. He puts a kick in. Crichton's over it with Gagai. Line drop out. But that will consume probably 40 seconds.
One set of six, the Blues. One set of six to
I
construct the
love
try.
watching this. I love watching it. This is so good. Origin players out on their feet. One trying to get the 6 points, the other desperate to hang on, covering for each other, urging each other on. Raps, what happens if it's a draw, Raps?
It's golden point in this game, Paul.
All right, yeah, champ.
Golden point. I think people were thinking extra time, then golden point. Here's Paulo on the first of the final set. You would think that the Blues
Our
would
hits
get
is
everyone. Here's Safidi out of the
something else.
and they got something magic inside them. Is there a miracle waiting? Here's Crichton. Tupou smashed to the ground. 5 minutes away. 30 seconds to go. Long ball, a kneeling Whiten. Out to Cook, he wants to go long. To Cleary. Cleary gets away from Welsh. Comes back to the middle of the run. That's where he's out, just inside the 20. Here is Paulo. Lost the ball. Has he? Yes. He's lost the ball. And the Maroons run it dead. Jake Friends throws it into the crowd. Up at the northern end.
New South Wales are challenging.
We've got a challenge here.
And Queensland taking the
Queensland
ball
is
back.
celebrating, but New South Wales have got a challenge on the lost ball.
Yeah, you can challenge. You got 10 seconds. Time's expired, but you still got the challenge. You got that, Chids?
I don't think it's going to make any difference because the clock's gone.
If time's expired, then how can they challenge?
But it got in before the 80 minutes, but they'd have to put seconds back on the clock if this was a strip. I don't think it's a strip. I think he tries to pass it. It's all new. He tries to pass it. He tries to pass it. Game over.
Junior Polo has offloaded the ball before making contact with the ball carrying arm on the ground.
Queensland win.
But they're still trying to unravel what appears to be the end of the game.
They're trying to work out whether or not the ball is touched by Harry Grant. It's not. It's picked up by Friend.
Jake Friend knocks the ball on into the head of New South Wales. Challenge is successful.
Game over. Queensland wins.
But
Friend knocks it off.
challenge
and that
successful.
kills the play. Lock on, Jake.
That's it, though.
There he is. He's blown time. After all of that, a giant punctuation mark. Origin is done and dusted over a period of the fortnight with Queensland winning the Shield. 2 games to 1. Another decider at Suncorp. Eluding the Blues, they've won 2 from 12. And the three-peat. That is a thought well done. It was methodical. It was a brilliant win by the Maroons. There's no question about that. Well done to Wayne Bennett. Back with another series victory. Final score, Queensland 20, New South Wales 14.
Undoubtedly one of Queensland's greatest series wins. 20 points to 14 tonight against New South Wales. Orchestrated by the master coach, Wayne Bennett, a 7-time premiership winner. Thank you to Ampol. Brilliant to have one of Australia's most iconic brands with us in 2020. They date back to 1936, and we're delighted to have them as a naming rights partner of State of Origin. On behalf of the Australian Rugby League Commission, the officials, coaches and players here tonight, thank you to all the fans here in the stadium, around Australia watching, and right around the world. It's been an enormously challenging year for you and your families, and we simply would not be here tonight without your support and sacrifice in 2020. So a round of applause for the fans in the stadium and right around the world for the Rugby League fans in 2020. Let's get down to business. The official party is on stage. QRL Chairman, let's have a round of applause for Bruce Hatcher. New South Wales Rugby League Board Member John Anderson is joining us, and we'd like to thank both gentlemen and their organisations for their role. Bring us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. The King is in the house, Wally Lewis. Eight times man of the match in State of Origin. So the Wally Lewis medal winner receives the medal from Master Coach Wayne Bennett. That means it goes to a Queenslander tonight. He was simply outstanding. The man of the series, ladies and gentlemen, the Wally Lewis medal winner, 5'8", Cameron Munster.
I just want to say thank you to Ampol, the NRL for getting the State of Origin series on. To the Blues, you've been good every year. I just want to shout out to Nathan Cleary. Been killing it all year, mate. Big fan, and mate, the way you played this year is outstanding. To our own boys, outstanding boys. Can't Vultures. Yeah, far out. I just want to say thank you to Queensland and the fans. This one's for you guys.
Cameron Munster receiving the prestigious Wally Lewis medal in 2020 for Player of the Series. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we lost James Tedesco early tonight. We lost Boyd Cordner through the series as well. To say a few words on behalf of the New South Wales Blues, would you please welcome to the stage sensational halfback Nathan Cleary.
Firstly, I just want to thank Ampol for the series. In a tough year, it was good to come out and get the State of Origin done. To Queensland, congratulations. Too good tonight. To our boys, it's been an incredible 4 or 5 weeks. I absolutely loved it with you guys. Would have loved to get the win tonight, but it wasn't meant to be. To all the fans here, just want to say thank you to you as well, and all the fans back in New South Wales. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, thank you to Nathan Cleary. New South Wales, they were trying to emulate the famous teams of 1994 and 2005. They were going for 3 in a row. Just before we get to our champions in 2020, let's acknowledge the match officials, referee Jared Sutton, and touch judges Chris Butler and Todd Smith, and we thank them for their amazing job. Well, now let's get to the Ampol State of Origin champions. We invite their captain on stage, the captain of Queensland, Daly Cherry Evans. Thanks, NRL, Ampol, thanks very much for getting this series up and running. It's been a difficult year for everyone, but it's a true show of the NRL and where they're at to get this up and running, so thank you. Thank you to New South Wales for the series. You showed tonight, you fought up until the end. Really appreciate that. I'd like to thank not just this team here, but everyone who's supporting us at home. We've made a lot of sacrifices and there's a lot of people at home that can't be here tonight, so thank you. Thank you to everyone in this stadium. This is the best stadium in the world. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the worst ever Queensland team, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Daly Cherry Evans, Queensland
Origin number 126. The decider for Airpole State of Origin 2022 is off. Rapturous noise around Suncorp and Junior Poldor with the first carry for the Blues. A defensive assault in the first tackle of the game. Now Tupou. Great line speed already. Jeremiah Nanai. One of the four Cowboys in the Queensland side tonight, the tackler, and now Jake Trebojevic. New South Wales can't find their 20-metre line just yet. They go over it now as Yo battles with Collins and Papali'i, and the Queensland a chance. It emanates around this wonderful cauldron inside a minute of the game. Nathan Cleary with his opening clearance taken by the returning Corey Oates. He returns to the Queensland side for the first time since 2019, but we have a problem with Cameron Murray. He has wobbled badly out of that.
And they're in amongst it already, the two teams. Corey Oates with a big return of the football. And that's why he's been included in this Maroons outfit. He carries the ball back as strong as anyone, and just a head clash. Cam Murray, he's had a couple of head knocks the last 6 weeks. Wow. I'd say, yeah, I think the trainer's bringing him from the field now, Joey. It's a big blow for the Blues early on.
Queensland claims an early scalp. Angus Crichton into the game for New South Wales after a minute. Well, that is a cruel blow. So Cameron Murray to be assessed. Here's Josh Papali'i. He needs a game tonight. His output very limited in the opening two Origins, and a run-on debut for Patrick Carrigan. The only Queensland forward to go past the 100 running metres in Game 2 in Perth. Dearden with his first touch as a Queensland Origin footballer. He found capable with an inside pass. And Coruscant and Jake Trebojevic, the tacklers, now Hunt kicking from acting half. And To'o races back, and this is good energy on kick chase here by Queensland. The crowd appreciate it. And Burton is nailed. They came running from everywhere to put a shot on. And New South Wales didn't like the treatment for their gun centre.
There's a Queenslander down on the floor. I think it's Selwyn Cobbo. Oh no, this young man. He's in Disneyland.
What an extraordinary start to the Origin decider. Physicality like we have not seen before.
Oh, it's friendly fire. He's collected the right hip of Patrick Carrigan. No, this is... He gets his head in an awkward position. Let's hope he's okay.
The intensity is remarkable. And Selwyn Cobbo, some obvious concern, as is the case when there's any issues with the head or the neck region. All the Queensland medical staff having a look, and they are asking for the stretcher. Now, that's the blow that saw Murray sideline. Corey Oates running back with real venom, and then this one, Andrew.
Early in the game, Cameron, when it's really on, we can see how physical. What was your mindset going into big collisions like this? Wow. Well, I think it was technique first, but the way both of these sides have started, Joey, it's all about warfare. And I think that it shows everyone watching at home and in the stands what this
She
means to
didn't
both
tell me you
football
have not
teams.
replied. She said she has
So
not.
an extended break here as Selwyn
replied-
Cobbo is
I asked her,
attended
"Have
to.
you
It's
talked
the
to her, right?"
origin
She
decided
said,
from
"Mommy is
Suncorp.
asking after her." She said yes. I said okay, but you have not replied. I said fine. I didn't ask her again. It's just me that inflamed it. And you, as always, you now took it like that's what she said. But the first thing you said is fine. It's fine, like okay, that's what it means. And the life for you.
A ferocious start to Origin 3. Now Selwyn Cobbo, thankfully, is on his feet and will be driven off the ground still, but he's been allowed to get up off the ground. Darren Lockyer sidelined for us tonight. The most extraordinary physical confrontations to start, and a moment coming up here for the first game of Tom Gilbert.
Yeah, he's going to be coming into the game a lot earlier than he thought. Tom Gilbert making his debut. I would say Gagai will move to the wing and Kurt Capewell will go to the right centre. So an early shuffle for the Maroons. Selwyn Cobbo, that might be the end of his night, but we'll keep you updated.
The two coaches, it must be tense in their respective coaches' boxes. The hostilities resume, and Yo away for Junior Polo. Played 43 minutes off the bench in game number 2. Now Martin this time. The Temora Terrier. And Cleary goes skybound. First touch for Kalen Ponga in the Origin decider tonight. Yet to score a try after 7 Origin appearances, and such an important link for Queensland tonight with no Cameron Munster. Here's another big one. Oates taken down. Now Holmes. Pitching out into the other half. Fast play the ball. Hunt with a scoop. Takes Queensland over the halfway. Take Trebojevic the tackle, and then Cherry Evans linking up. 23rd Origin appearance. He plays the ball in the centre of Suncorp, and Cherry Evans sends a spiral bomb down to his opposite skipper, James Tedesco. He was man of the match in the last Origin game played here at Suncorp, game 2 last year. Danica Mason, some injury news.
Yes, a huge blow for the Blues. Unfortunately, Cameron Murray, his night is over. He will not be returning. He was classified as a Category 1.
Lindsay Collins is gone.
Oh, goodness.
This is on his Roosters teammate, Daniel Tupou. Yeah, there's an error here, Cameron. Daniel Tupou playing the ball, actually drops the ball. Oh, it was Tom Gilbert. He come in and put the right shoulder into Daniel Tupou, which knocked him into Lindsay Collins. Oh, have you seen a start to an Origin? Not for a long time. With like this. With tackling techniques have changed over the years. Where now they don't like to drive in so much with their shoulders. It's all about control. This is a throwback to the 80s. It's 3 off.
Yep, and Tina Masuamala now, the Gold Coast Titans captain, moved to a bench role tonight. Well, he's out there inside 3.5 minutes. This is remarkable. As if the Suncorp crowd needed any more motivation, they are right up for this. It feels like a coliseum now. Bombs away, Burton with his first aerial raid. It didn't go too far forward. It went a heck of a way in the air, and the ball's actually bouncing almost from where he kicked it and over the touchline.
Well, that was great kick pressure there on Matt Burton. And it come from Patrick Carrigan from marker. You've seen he drifted in field like he did many times in game 2.
That's a good result for Queensland.
Will this game settle? Played by Fasur Malaawi and Daly Cherry Evans out. The oldest player on the park tonight. In his 19th game for his state. The ball swung left now. Dearden and Ponga. And a pass underneath to Gilbert. The tear away from Townsville. Played his junior football at the North Devils just up the road from here. Here's Fasur Malaawi. Knocked over in a Luai legs tackle. Set restart for Queensland now. Here's Hunt. And Josh Papali'i, heavy involvement from the big Canberra prop. It goes to Tino and one-on-one Jake Trebojevic. With an important tackle, but the Maroons are right down on New South Wales' doorstep now. Carrigan. They bumped away from Polor and Coruscant with a one-on-one tackle. 3 metres out, they will raise the roof if Queensland can score first, and Ponga's pass is out in front of Gagai.
Yeah, Kalen Ponga watching the Blues defence and reacting. This is good signs. Even though the ball went over the sideline, he's watching the defence and reacts. Didn't see Dane Gagai, wasn't watching his own players, he was watching the Blues defence. But they weren't on the same page.
Use the foot.
Gagai was right in field. Even though they went over the sideline, they reacted to what the defence was doing.
Here goes Brian Topper, the metre eater from Mount Druitt, 291 metres for New South Wales in game number 2 over in Perth. And now Polor played the Coruscant and the skipper, the heartbeat of the Blues, James Tedesco. Up on the halfway, Coruscant with a dash and then an offload to a supporting Isaiah Yeo. 11 metres Queensland side of the halfway. Luai pressured heavily, and that is a mantra for Queensland. It's been paramount in their thinking during the week. Pressure the kickers. Nathan Cleary sublime in that area as the Blues notched a big win in game number 2.
And that was their best set, the Blues. They just went run for run in behind the Queensland markers. They found some space in a roll on as Ponga goes away.
Off the offload, Ponga tries to find some territory. He's grasped by Isaiah Yeo, right over near the sideline. Now Dearden. And Hunt standing at second receiver. Finds Cherry Evans. And a ball away for Nanai, who has sparkling footwork. And Capewell for Gagai, who has to come back infield. He got it back to Capewell. Queensland showing some pizzazz. Back to Dearden. Dearden digs into the line where he's tackled by Liam Martin. And now Gilbert. The Maroons with the territorial advantage through the early stages. Dearden with a kick now. And Nanai, the ball back. Josh Papali'i, the front rower, will get the try for Queensland. And the reception speaks for itself.
Well, he's got no try.
He backwards. He did turn his body, so I don't know. Went forward, I should say.
I think he went back
He turned
and
his body.
hit his leg and went for it. Well, he was facing backwards, Joey, when he receives this kick. Every Queensland chaser's onside.
One side from Queensland is onside.
And his target was his Cowboys teammate, Jeremiah Nanai. He showed this year how good he is in the air. He comes off his knee and comes back and hits
Just
his
looking to
shoulder.
determine if there's a knock-on or a knock-back from Jeremiah Neno.
The ball goes back and then hits his knee and then it comes back forward. And then it hits his arm there and goes forward.
The first touch from Jeremiah Neno does go backwards. It then goes forward off his arm on the second touch. We have a decision.
The crowd heard the first bit, not the second.
They all went up when they heard, they all went up when they heard backwards, yeah.
So that's an interesting little play, that Cameron. He's such a wonderful aerial exponent, isn't he? Jeremiah Nanai. And 14 tries in the competition this year. For a back rower, his record is
phenomenal. Now, there's an attempt at a one-on-one pitch here, but the Blues have maintained it.
Well, you just spoke about his ability to score tries this year, Matty. Majority of those 14, they have been off kicks. And that just showed there the combination of the two Cowboys players, Tom Dearden and Nanai.
There's a powerful run by Crichton. And Polar off of Isaiah Young inside pass. More news, Danica sideline.
Yes, a huge setback for the Queensland side. Selwyn Cobbo and Lindsay Collins have both been categorised as Category 1, so that means neither of them will be back on the field tonight.
Well, we've seen some brave Queensland wins across the years. If they're to win here, this would surely rank amongst them. We have a penalty.
Matt Burton's out.
Burton's been collared.
There's another one. There was a high shot from Big Tino, and he didn't miss. Oh. No, he didn't miss with that one. Didn't miss the big boy.
They're looking at it. They're still looking at it.
But the intensity in this game,
Yeah, I'm a senior.
ooh, he's lucky he's not sitting in there.
Let us deal with it.
The intensity in this game, once it settles down, this is really going to open up. Well, you're right, they've used so much energy in these opening exchanges, haven't they, Joey? We're yet to play 10 minutes of football.
Just thumbs up on Burton, boys.
Well, it's the advantage of kicking off. Feels like the opening 9 minutes, it's all been down New South Wales end. Well, I think particularly in these big matches, that just allows you to get in the game, allows you to take yourself to the game physically.
Well, this is foreign territory for New South Wales. They haven't been anywhere near Queensland's line. So Jake Trebojevic, Coruscant for Yowen. Oh Lord, look at that. He targeted Ben Hunt. But the Queensland number 9 thrived in this arena and he stood up to the task. Now Yo playing flat to Trebojevic. Carrigan with a one-on-one tackle. Jake scurries to his feet. Coruscant. Yo for Cleary, for Liam Martin, whose legs were taken away, and a very good tackle by Dearden. 4 short of the line. Tedesco with a one-hander. Coruscant over to Cleary. Cleary looks out now to Jake Trebojevic, and Cherry Evans gets him very well one-on-one. 13 metres out. Nathan Cleary. A dink towards the in goal, and this is too long. That's an uncharacteristic error of judgment by the New South Wales number 7.
It is uncharacteristic by Nathan Cleary. He had a little bit of time there to sum that up. Just have a look at the intensity. Metres per minute. New South Wales 106.4, Queensland 96.3. That Telstra tracker just shows the intensity of this game. NRL average, look at that, 86. Look at New South Wales, 106. Just goes to show the speed and the intensity at this level. Telstra tracker shows it beautifully. Just with those HIA issues, boys, if Queensland are to lose one more player to a HIA, that means Thomas Flegler can be activated.
Yes, the 18th man. So Cherry Evans for Nanai. Backhanded ball was beautiful. Capel with a kick. Capel chasing. Tedesco gets back in cover. But there is real enterprise for Queensland down this right-hand edge. That's their second line break.
Nanai's the man.
And look at this now, the Maroon machine driving. What a tackle! The Blues are caught in goal. An extraordinary start to the Origin decider. Unrivaled passion for both states. It doesn't get any better. Let's go to Billy Slater. Thanks for your time, Billy. Obviously, some concern for you with 2 players gone for the remainder of the game early. Okay, we've just got a little issue, but we will get to Billy. I'm sure he's got enough on his plate trying to juggle all the pieces there. That's as alarmed as Billy has looked all series. So Cleary resumes. Ponga will send Josh Papali'i back. Into the
deciders in Origin have been the domain of Queensland across the years. They've won 14 of the 21, and they have won the last 5 deciders played here in Queensland in succession. Pong it out. He's pushed over in the ruck, and the referee doesn't take action there. The Queensland wanted some kind of response from Ashley Klein. It's not forthcoming as Ben Hunt goes to Dearden and a rampaging Valentine Holmes. Tom Dearden, the 21-year-old on debut, has put the Queensland centre Valentine Holmes over for the first try of game 3.
Well, it was well done there by the rookie, the man on debut, Tom Dearden. And again, the combination of those Cowboys players, he summed it up beautifully. On the Harvey Norman replay, he just took on that right-hand short side of the Blues, and Val Holmes, he sensed there was an opportunity and he just punched a hole right in between Stephen Crichton and Tupou. And he's done that so many times before in that maroon jersey, Val Holmes. It's a great start by the Queensland side.
An 11th Origin try for North Queensland's Valentine Holmes, and the embrace of the newcomer Tom Dearden is obvious to everyone here. They raced over to him. Well done, Tom. There's a way to announce yourself on this stage.
Well, it was man on man, wasn't it? It was 4 on 4 down that short side, Joey. It was poor marker play. Liam Martin got caught up at marker, which then put pressure on Isaiah Yeo, the first defender off the ruck. And there was a man left on the ground for New South Wales. That was a big thing there. The man on the ground, after a strong charge, I think it was Carrigan, made the big charge.
Pat Carrigan. So despite 2 crushing early setbacks, Queensland on the board first in the decider for 2022. Holmes to convert his own try. A breathtaking evening at Suncorp. Queensland riding the passion of their fans, and the Blues paddling hard against them in the early exchanges. Here's Tino Fa'asuamaleaui. Tackled by Angus Crichton. He's in for a long shift tonight, Angus. Oh no, Dearden, he recovered. And that's the important part. The pass missed the target, but Dearden picked it up in a dangerous situation.
I heard him in pre-game, a lot of the Queenslanders and Billy Slater talking about ball movement, looking to move the ball. In game 2, they got bogged down in the middle of the field. A lot more offloads already in the opening 15 minutes, but also ball movement. Here they go again.
A wide pass from Ben Hunt found Josh Papali'i, and Jake Trebojevic in there with that customary wrestling style of tackle. And a kick from Cherry Evans from inside his 20. He's hit that beautiful. It spirals down the centre of Suncorp Stadium for James Tedesco, who captains his state for the 8th time tonight. And they just won a little bit of a territorial battle back there, New South Wales. A tackle count restart as well. Brian To'o played to Coruscant. And Cleary will find Daniel Tupou. The work of the back 3 for New South Wales in Perth was quite extraordinary. 720 running metres between them. 40% of the overall yardage gained by the Blues came from those 3 players, as Polo ran incisively there, and then Cleary has a look. He doesn't like what he sees, so he dumps it to Yeo. And the Blues are tackled outside the Maroons 20. Cleary for Luai, and now Crichton secured by Cherry Evans in the tackle. Coruscant away to the number 7. He's kicking for Crichton, who can leap. He left early. And Holmes, he doesn't do much wrong in this arena, does he, Valentine Holmes? The quintessential Origin professional.
Great defence from Queensland. Put plenty of question marks, especially their edge defence out wide, but handling it well, Queensland.
Here's Ponga playing the ball, and now Carrigan. Well, a big game from Patrick Carrigan might see him win Queensland's Player of the Series. He's been dynamic. It's taken a rebound, and Ponga dashes up the middle. Ponga is knocked over in a covering tackle by Luai.
Oh, no. Is he? No, he's okay. He's okay.
Cherry Evans for Nanai, who juggled and somehow maintained control and was able to flick the ball back to Capewell, but he is dragged down.
Well, 17 minutes into the game, Jeremiah Nanai has had some touches early in his Origin career, which are just top shelf. Lucky.
Yeah, with Lindsay Collins not returning, Josh Papali'i will have to play longer minutes. You see him there at marker. He is starting to fatigue. He only played 20 minutes first game and less than that in game 2, so he's going to have to push through the pain barrier right now the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, 22 and 26 minutes his stints in the opening 2 games. There's a run. Tedesco rushing onto it, trying to get his team on the front foot. Now Coruscant obliged, and Cleary runs onto one off his club number 9. A Panther combination in action there. Tedesco once again, and Polor. Dearden with a good tackle on a much bigger man. Coruscant for Nathan Cleary, a kick through the line. They're coming from everywhere. It's Jerome Luai, who scores for the second time in Origin.
But I think he got there, Jerome Luai. And it's just combinations all over the park, isn't it, Joey? Oh, the ruck attack, and it was started by their captain Tedesco, and then they stayed there for 2 or 3 plays, just attacking the ruck. In particular, Josh Papali'i, Harvey Norman replay. He thinks pass, looks up, rubbers it. Does he get it down? Stumbles.
Oh.
Yeah, he gets it down.
That is some effort.
It was beautiful play. Great lead up. And it started by the captain Tedesco. Made it deep. Coruscant went to Nathan Cleary. They get the quick play of the ball. Nathan Cleary. Great kick. Paul Gallen.
Yeah, as you said, Joey, some great attack there. Started from a run from James Tedesco, but it was on the back of their defence. Had 2 or 3 sets of 6, but they kept Queensland inside their 40-metre zone, which gave them field position. Then a beautiful kick to the line, and Jerome Luai stumbled, but got there at the end of the day. Boys, if you have a look up in the sky, there's a full moon tonight. We all know how much Freddie loves a full moon.
It's a breakout series for Luai. He scored a great individual try in Perth, set up to start the series in Sydney, and for him to have the composure to not panic there, Andrew, and just get a hand on the ball is a testament to his big game capabilities. Now, Nathan Cleary, 24 points individually in the second match. From next to the posts, he converts.
In this video, I'm going to give you skill analysis of this player. In this video, I'm going to give you skill analysis of P-square lift. P-square on Oye, it's on Oye and Oye. I'll try to be dynamic with my perspective and give a psychological solution. Now, the link between these 2 iconic musicians.
A lovely hit back by New South Wales, and we are locked together in the decider for 2022, and Junior Polor with another rumble back at the Maroons defence.
He's had a great start, Junior.
In commentary tonight, Andrew Johns, who masterminded New South Wales' last decider success here at Suncorp Stadium way back in 2005, and Cameron Smith, 7 victories in deciding games, 5 as captain for Queensland. An offload from Crichton to Tedesco. He's got Luai, but he wasn't close enough to fire a pass. Some room up the middle of the ruck there for the Blues, and Coruscant for Luai. His old teammate Capel comes in to stop him. But the Blues have got their tails up now. Grant's on the field for Queensland. Cleary fires a pass. Crichton with a deft kick. That's a lovely kick by Crichton under pressure and in heavy traffic.
Oh, that was composure at its finest. Stephen Crichton, he had plenty of options. Nathan Cleary, we see under pressure from Harry Grant. He chooses to run the ball. A nice long pass to Crichton, and he summed it up beautifully. Queensland, they're under pressure right now. They need to hold on, they need to grit their teeth. James Tedesco, he's just starting to carve them up.
Back comes Polo.
How many metres has he made already?
The barnstorming Colossus with silky skills from the Parramatta Eels. Oh, he said during the week he wanted to start, and he got his wish. Now Cleary goes to the line with Martin, who's played all 3 games off the bench last year and starts all 3 games in Series 2022. Coruscant. Cleary for Polo once again. Stop within 6 metres of Queensland's line. The Maroons' defence being tested once again. Luai Burton, excellent tackle. Oh, there's experience. That's Gagai. They weren't really thinking about dropping him, were they? Cleary with a kick that he wants to get to the in goal. Oh, it's been bobbled! It's been bobbled by both teams, I fancy.
Yeah, it's a knock-on from New South Wales.
Is the first one by Queensland, though?
There's about 4 different knock-ons here.
I have no try.
There'll be a double knock-on.
After he is offside and in front of the kicker, just make sure he's inside the 10 though, because the ball is played out by Queensland.
Shapes this ball, Nathan Cleary. Is that Coruscant? Is he offside? Yeah. Happy Coruscant is offside at this stage. And this will be a penalty. Happy Coruscant, 10 metres and active in the play. We have a decision. And it's a let-off. Big let-off.
So some respite for the Maroons.
You cannot get that wrong in this league. You got about half a yard. Great kick from Nathan Cleary. Just hammered it with that shape bending away from the dead ball line.
Cameron, you've played more Origin games than anyone. Can you remember a start like this with drama and just the freneticism?
Oh, recent memory, no, Matty. You'd have to go back quite some time to match this physicality, this intensity. We've seen game 1 and how fast it was, but geez, I can't say we've seen the hits like we have tonight. It's unbelievable.
Billy Slater trying to mastermind a series victory in his first try as Queensland coach, and Brad Fittler looking for a 4th series win as Cherry Evans links up with Ponga on the right-hand side of the field.
Here's the Telstra tracker, maximum speed, topped in, 33 kilometres per hour. Tedesco, the next. So we'll see more of that as the game opens up from the outside men when they get some space.
Harry Grant. And Daly Cherry Evans. Tedesco perfectly poised. Now Tupou. Well, he was a controversial selection back at the start of this series, but his ability to run out of yardage has been invaluable for New South Wales. And
Tedesco again. And everything.
Oh, this is a real captain's hand. Now, Jacob Saifiti, welcome to Origin. What a steamrolling run to start his time in the Blues jersey. Now Cleary with an offload. Yo there.
They're wasting an offload then. The ball had to go wide.
Cleary, airborne. Oates there. Oh, there's some confusion. Ponga, he diffused it. How about Jacob Saifiti?
That's his first touch in Origin. You'll remember that one. I think so will Jeremiah Nanai. Gets his elbow straight into his chest.
So with Jacob's selection here tonight, he and Daniel become the third set of twins to play State of Origin Rugby League. The Queenslander chant. Oh, they've got a penalty here, and you just fancy that they were stuck for momentum there.
They weren't going anywhere, the Queensland Maroons. I think it was Jakey Trbojevic. He come in on a flop. Tackle was completed, and he's just come in late and put a bit of weight in there.
So Nanai, youngest player on the field by 2 years. Only turned 19 this year. He's all class. Now Grant, for Ben Hunt, he plays short to Carrigan, so Hunt remaining on the field and Grant in doing the dummy half work, and Dearden another ball playing option. Away to Holmes. There's Jake Trbojevic, the everywhere man. Grant weaving, finds Tino in centre field. Crichton was waiting for him. Excellent tackle. The Maroons within striking distance though, and Grant is the danger man, and Hunt plays out the back. Dearden. Oh, pass just didn't find the mark there. There was a real chance for Queensland out left.
It was a big tackle from Tupou, needed to be made.
Well, Gilbert's enjoying his first foray into Origin. Dearden!
Forward pass.
Forward pass, the referee was in line. That was a special play by Dearden though.
That was Harry Grant. Yeah. It was Harry Grant's play. Just watch the trickery from Harry Grant. Sends the markers one way. Cameron?
Well, it was tackle 5 and he got up and it seemed like a little bit of confusion. It was the touch judges. It was the touch judges call, and the fans in the Eastern Stand, they are absolutely piling into him right now.
Jesus, flat. That's a 50-50 call, that one.
Two beautiful plays there. The trickery of Grant, and gee, Tom Dearden has settled into this environment.
He's playing well, isn't he?
What a transformation. Debuted at 18 as a Bronco, Tom Dearden, and a mid-season swap to North Queensland last year. He could not possibly have imagined he'd be 12 months away from making an Origin debut. Here's Luai. Gee, he's having a game as well. And New South Wales win a penalty.
They like their chances. That gap between them.
He taps and takes off everyone and turn their backs.
It's the gap between Nanai and Cherry Evans. They're punching away there, the Blues.
Oh, he's quick between the ears, Nathan. And Saifiti. You've seen nothing like this before. 116 games in the NRL for the Knights. A maiden appearance for the Blues tonight. Crichton, 8 metres out. There's Yo feeding it out the back line. Tedesco with a dash himself. He's held there by Gilbert. And Dearden, so the two debutants combining in defence. Cleary for Yo. One bounce, Luai. He's very dangerous against fractured defence. He got the ball back to Jake Trbojevic, who broke out of the first attempted tackle. 9 metres out from the line. Luai, oh, bounces over Ponga's head. He got a touch on it though. It'll be a goal line dropout and more pressure for the Maroons to absorb.
It was an awful bounce for Kalen Ponga, but that man there, he's come up with another big play for the Blues. Jerome Luai, a nice little kick into the in goal. He's just applying more pressure, taking more energy out of the Maroons.
Does he go short? No.
Here's Saifiti, rumbling back.
Fijian semi-trailer there. Good luck.
So forceful with his running. And Jake Trbojevic now. And put down by Shaw Malaawi, just outside the 20. Coruscant playing right. Yo's been heavily involved, and Cleary's pulling the strings, and Martin is running on an angle back towards Ben Hunt and Harry Grant. Fast play the ball. The Blues trying to build from it. Cleary with a kick. Crichton might have been taken out here. Carrigan taps over the back.
Yeah, the Penrith combination around the middle of the field is causing so many headaches for Queensland. Watching Api Coruscant, Cleary, Isaiah Yeo, and to a lesser extent, Jerome Luai, just swinging around the rock and combining beautiful. Lockie.
Yeah, they're starting to get tired, the middle forwards for the Maroons. They just got to keep moving their feet when the ball goes away from them. At the moment, the Blues keep going to the outside, but I suspect a change of angles coming soon. The Maroons need to stay alert.
Is that an impact? Jacob Safidi. Lockie just spoke about changes of angles. I've got a feeling it might be James Tedesco.
What a top line. He's run backwards 7 metres to go forward, and then he bumps away from Carrigan.
I'm just watching James Tedesco. He's everywhere. He's sniffing. He's looking for opportunities.
Cleary now.
Gonna double up on those runs. Got to go again.
He's put down centre field on the 10. There's something cooking here. You bet it is. Jacob Saifidi scores the try for New South Wales. His brother scored one in last year's series, and now he's on the try scorer sheets.
What a start for Saifidi. Jacob Saifidi. We spoke about the impact that he's had since entering the field of play. His first carry, outstanding. And now he gets himself on the try-scoring list. Harvey Norman replay. Api Coruscant. It was the work from Api Coruscant the exact reason why Brad Fittler has brought him into this football team. Just that subtle movement around the ruck, showing left, back out to his right, isolating a defender for the big man, Jacob Saifidi. And he is one happy Blue.
The New South Wales coach Brad Fittler, good time to come to you. Brad, what a moment for your debutant front rower.
Yeah, well, he's been outstanding. So, I reckon the Hooker Happy would have seen his first 4 or 5 runs and thought, well, if I can get this bloke into any one-on-one situation, then he's a good opportunity. So it was, nice work by both of them.
Freddie, with a few head knocks to Queensland, some of their big boys will have to play more minutes. Will that change the way you attack?
Well, we just need to get down here, Joe. We've had 3 sets down here, and you can see fatigue kick in. I think for the first 15 minutes, we couldn't get out of our own end. Their defence they're up quick, and I've sort of got to applaud us for not losing our heads. So, at the end of the day, a couple of opportunities, a couple of good kicks, and it's got a bit of fatigue.
Thanks, Brad. Cleary from point blank.
Send a letter asking for him to depart his back. But the FC from the Pittsburgh back. By 2016-2017, that was gone. Peter officially exited from the Pittsburgh round and started his own record label as a solo artist. He started his own record label as a solo artist. And then all as well went his way. But then sometimes along the line,
The 59th State of Origin game here at Lang Park / Suncorp Stadium. And after Queensland scored first, New South Wales have wrestled their way back in front on the scoreboard, 12 points to 6. Let's go to the former New South Wales captain, Paul Gallen.
Yeah, boys, well, we know it was a brutal start to the match. But since then, the Blues have really weathered the storm. The Maroons were great for the first 15 to 20 minutes, but just feel the last 12 or 13 minutes, the Blues are starting to gain the ascendancy in this match.
Well, Gal, you were in the middle of a lot of this. Can you remember a start with the physicality like this?
Not as brutal as the start of this match. It was unbelievable. They were just throwing themselves at each other. There wasn't a lot of technique involved, but they're putting their bodies on the line, that's for sure.
They've got the best seat in the house down there. Wherever you're watching, you must be just soaking this in. It is quite the event. Now, Martin Now, Tedesco on the last series, going to dash down the short side and a kick back in behind, but Dearden is there to mop up. James Tedesco, 150 running metres already. We're not even at half time.
They're outside backs here in Queensland. Here's Gagai. They're big men in the middle of the field, done a lot of tackling. Big challenge here for Daly Cherry Evans. How he controls the speed of this game. He has to understand how hard his big men are working. He has to give them a breather now and then.
He pulls the trigger, but he can't evade Tedesco. Oh, look at the acceleration.
He's coming tonight, the captain, to make a statement. I thought game 2 in Perth, he was out of this world. It was just the masterclass from Nathan Cleary. Stopping getting man of the match there.
They're two wonderful fullbacks, aren't they? Tedesco, with his power running, and the sublime skill of Ponga. Lovely offload there. Jake Trbojevic. Oh, we got an obstruction penalty.
There's a sneaky little obstruction. He's dirty with himself, Jakey. He just, unfortunately, when he received this ball here, he took off. Not unintentional, of course, but restricted a Queensland defender. Now the Maroons, they find themselves 23 metres out. Huge time in the game here. Massive.
The shadows of half-time.
The key, Harry Grant. Harry Grant's got to get out of dummy half.
We've got a few focal points out there with Ben Hunt playing in this ball-playing lock role. He links up with Cherry Evans and Nanai. Some more lovely, smooth footwork there. Right foot step that time, but Burton dragged him down. It comes to Grant in the middle, and Carrigan, 13 out from the Blues line. Go in there with Jacob Saifidi. It's Ben Hunt, short to Tino, who's dropped the ball.
Yeah, he double pumped there, and I think Tino just dropped his concentration for a moment. He thought he was going to play out the back, Ben Hunt. The pass was never on. It was premeditated, double pump. The pass was never on, and the pass went down to his knees. Poor pass there from Ben Hunt. Yeah, I thought game 1 changed when Harry Grant was getting out of dummy half.
And just picking up on that further too, Andrew, New South Wales hatched a plan to try to curb his influence on the game. He ran in game 2 for half the number of metres he did in game 1, and in fact, even the number of runs was down. So clearly they worked heavily on trying to quell Grant's attacking spark. Oh, Jacob Saifidi, the rougher the better for him. He hit him with a baseball bat, he wouldn't care. Cleary, here we go.
Oh my.
Oh, Caitlin, we have a problem. It's up there forever. It's the highest kick in history. That is breathtaking.
Did that go higher than the kick in Perth? I'm sure it did. If we can get it, have we got a camera that can go that
Boys
high?
in the truck, if you get a stopwatch.
Here's Capewell now, trying to attack down that right-hand edge. It is hard to articulate just how high that kick was. That was higher than Perth.
Kalen moved 10, 15 metres. He's still 2 metres away from it.
Oh, Dearden jammed. They saw the ball coming and it was Cleary.
Great vision defensively from Nathan.
And Gilbert could play the ball there and allows Cherry Evans to bang a high kick towards Daniel Tupou's wing. Oh! A mistake from Tupou. And a timely one for Queensland. They rush down to set up here with 90 seconds until half-time. Mark that moment down. Is that a turning point in this game and in this series. Nanai. Queensland trying to strike right on half-time. The fans are urging them on. Cherry Evans across the ground. Dearden to Ponga. Sells a dummy. Steps up the left foot. Dragged out and a good tackle. Crichton, along with Nathan Cleary, played inside the 10. Dearden. The Carrigan runs very purposely. Grant and Hunt stepped away from Crichton there as well, and so feeding part of it. Six more tackles. They are bashing on the door here, and Tino nearly bashed it over. Martin holding down. They're happy to hold down because half-time is just about here. Dearden wraps around the back. He beat Luai, but he couldn't beat Jack Trebojevic, and not many do. 15 seconds until half-time, probably 2 plays. Grant dinks it through. Capel's in the running. Oh, Capel's beaten them all.
Has he got it down, though? He's awarded it.
A Harry Grant kick right on the money, and that was sheer will by Capel to win the race to the ball.
And what a great play there by Harry Grant. As we see the replay here, Harvey Norman replay. Daniel Tupou, he got all tangled up. And he just got his fingertips to the ball. And look at this play here. Well, Tedesco was caught at marker. He had no idea what was happening. Harry Grant, he does a lovely little pirouette. Drops the ball on the right foot and ricochet off Luai and Capewell. He has done so well to get the ball down there. Queensland, they score their second.
He had a birthday yesterday, Kurt Capel. He won the grand final on this ground with the Panthers. He's wearing jersey 11. That's the number Arthur Peetson wore in the first Origin.
Just pause it there. That's James Tedesco. And when he thinks the play goes away, he fades in behind here. And then Harry Grant, this is a premeditated play. Just let it roll. Watch Tedesco. He'll go in looking to go behind. Pulls the defence up. And then Capewell, he just wanted it more.
A big game player, Kurt Capel. He's won 2 premierships, you know. He won one with the Sharks as well. That's the Caxton. Well, there'll be Forex and Bundy and whatever else you want flowing if Queensland can go on to win this. We might even set Andrew up for a 4X after the game. No thanks. Valentine Holmes to lock us together at half-time. The kick is unsuccessful. It's one of the most breathtaking 40 minutes of Origin football we have seen in 43 years. The decider hangs in the balance. At half-time, New South Wales 12 lead Queensland 10. Brett Morris had a shoulder pretty much hanging off. Josh Morris got up with a knee ligament to make the tackle on Greg Inglis, and Cooper Cronk had a broken arm. 40 minutes remains. Who will be our interstate champions? State of Origin, live, exclusive and free here on Nine's Wide World of Sports. And Carrigan, away now for Fasua Mala'awi. Can these two teams maintain that first half rage for 80 minutes? Ponga from an inside pass, and then Grant backing up, and Yo with a stirring tackle. But there is the first salvo of the second half, and Queensland have opened the Blues up. Cherry Evans kicks. There was no one back there. Cherry Evans might have scored.
Oh.
Cherry Evans.
It's onto the back play. It's on.
There are punches. This is a full frontal fight in back play.
Don't worry about the try, boys. It's an all-in back on the 30-metre line, and it's Matt Burton. Burton was getting back on side, and Dane Gagai hit him from behind, pushed him over. Nothing illegal, bit of gamesmanship. I think if we can get a replay all the way back to the Ponga.
Look at Burton's cheekbone.
If we can go all the way back to the Ponga break, I think he plays the ball. As we see here, it's an inside pass from Cherry Evans, and Ponga, he splits them open. Just watch Burton now. If we can get Ponga, he runs straight through Ponga, Matt Burton, and Dane Gagai, he sees that. He's not happy with the way his fullback was treated. Cherry Evans, he just plays on. He's concentrating on the football. Oh, and I don't think he gets there.
Well, there is a bit to unpack here. Oh!
Video review. I have no try. Just confirm that Queensland take out Matt Burton.
Just let him go. Well, there was one each way. Dane Gagai comes out of his way to push Matt Burton out of the play. We have a decision. Surely it's not a penalty.
So what happens now with the punches?
Well, Dane Gagai definitely throws one. And I think we had a view, if our cameras weren't on it, but there's a symbiote one. Yeah. Both have got to go off. Both have got to go. You just can't send one off.
Get them apart. Get them apart.
This is extraordinary. Surprise, surprise, is the loudest cheer we've heard.
Oh,
they're both throwing the haymakers.
Oh, well, Gagai got him.
Is there a cattle dog call? I hope not.
Oh, Gagai got him big time with that last one. That's what that big lump was emerged.
Stay in the middle.
On Matt Burton's cheekbone.
This is going to boil over here.
They're still going. There is real anger.
Control the guys. Separate to it. Happy, go that way.
Well, you said, Andrew, at the start of the game was a throwback to the 80s. We're right back in the 80s now.
Look at the crowd. Everyone is on their feet.
Yep, the Queensland player. Dane. Okay, so you know, try after the play the ball, you've taken out Matt Burton. Punches, you don't even get Matt.
No.
There might be 12 on 12 yet.
You're taking us out of the ball. All series. Hey, we're not going to argue. What did you expect to happen? What has just happened is not acceptable. Now speak to the guys there. We're not going to talk for the rest of the game.
I will, but they can't keep doing that shit.
Daly Cherry Evans, he's mentioning to the referee they've been taking us out all series, sir.
Okay, so you obviously threw punches. You've got throwing punches back there. You're on the bigger goal. Incidents on the court. There's no more players.
Suncorp has erupted. Darren Lockyer.
12 on 12. It's going to open up now, boys. What about this hit up off his tap? Who's going to take it for the Blues? Because he's going to have about 12 Maroons. Ingle.
There's a penalty going. New South Wales or Queensland?
Well, they said Gagai took Burton out, so it'll be a penalty to New South Wales.
Speak to the James. You're going to argue.
Now it's a disco. He's stating a case to our referee Ashley Klein as well.
I'm not going to argue.
Look at the crowd. They're still on their feet. Listen how hostile this is.
Penalty New South Wales.
Here we go. There's no ball.
The smart one is Jacob Saifidi for the hitter. It's Crichton instead. So he's there on the halfway. Oh, Crichton has been shaken there too. Here goes Jake Trebojevic.
You can't hit Jake like. Surely.
Feels like next feels like someone's about to release the Lions out there. It's that kind of environment in Saifidi with another barrelling run. Gilbert stood up to him. Carrigan too. Coruscant away now. Tedesco. Martin. He bumped off Holmes there, who tried to put a shot on.
He's a tough man, Liam Martin.
The Blues are on the 20. We're 12 on 12. Cleary goes to work. Cleary ducks into the backfield. He scored 2 tries in Perth. He's denied by the Cherry Evans tackle here. Last play, Luai through the hands, and Crichton will be wrapped up in Queensland's defence. Now, if you thought the New South Wales hit up from the tap was going to be tough, here's some tough carries coming right here. First cab off the rank, Capewell. Driven back.
Got to be careful. Got to keep your discipline.
Oh, Gilbert. Martin rushed out. Crichton there too. He's carried out. This is spine-tingling. We have not seen very many Origin games quite like this. This is Tino Pashuamala-Awi with a good run out into 30.
Well, this is why there's only...
Oh! They passed to no one. They wanted a clear and kick, I think, there, but there was no willing kicker in position, and Ponga has to scurry back. And this is a problem for Queensland now. They'll be kicking from their own 10, and Cherry Evans does a good job under the circumstances. Oh, does a great job. The ball was allowed to bounce, and it scurries an extra 20 metres. Tupou with a turbocharged run back. Here's Topol now. He's got 3 Origin tries, the Penrith wingman. And Tedesco, who ran for 179 metres in the opening half, is tackled just short of the halfway. Tackle count restart. Jacob Saifidi. Sport does not get any better than this. Tedesco. Dearden stood up to him.
Sleep well tonight, Teddy.
Crichton for Cleary. And then excellent tackle, Nanai.
A great defence. He defended 2 players then, Nanai.
Oh, he's having an impact in his run on the boot of Queensland. Jeremiah Nanai. Now Cleary. He buffeted Ben Hardaway. And the Blues inside Queensland's 20. Now Crichton. I'm not sure that was part of the game plan. Now what are they saying here? That they've stolen 1-1.
That's Ben Hunt.
No Cameron Munster, no worries. Ben Hunt's pinched it this time. Ah, the crowd enjoyed that one.
The next penalty in this game is huge. Both teams under a lot of fatigue, struggling to get any formation in their attack. The next penalty will be huge.
Cherry Evans, he's kicking on 3. There's no one back there. Tedesco makes good ground of the ball. And an excellent chase there, led by Dearden, the first gamer, and Gilbert, his fellow debutant.
And those type of plays, Joey, they can make a huge difference, can't they, in Origin? An early kick, back it up with a big defensive set. That's how you change momentum.
Here's Tupou, and he got all tangled up in blue just before half-time, and that resulted in the Queensland try right against the break. Now, Crichton, he's tough, this Tom Dearden, isn't he? Great offload, though. And Coruscant. No Damien Cook yet either for New South Wales, as Cleary's dumped after he passed that. And now Crichton with it. Cherry Evans and Cleary at it. It's a dangerous tackle penalty on Nathan Cleary.
After the pass.
Freddie's on the sideline. He can't stand it anymore himself. He needs some fresh air.
Has he got his shoes off? And there it is, first penalty. The Blues will get a set start.
And Sifa Talakai has gone into the game for New South Wales.
Geez, that's a harsh penalty.
No Damien Cook yet, Andrew. So Jacob Saifidi. Oh, he has made a mistake at the play the ball. And Queensland, they celebrate together. That's a little mini victory for them.
That's a big victory. Jacob Safidi's, here's the error. Jacob Safidi's first half, he was on for 17 minutes and ran for 97 metres. What an impact.
And he took a few scalps with him too. There'll be a few imprints in some Queensland defence tonight. Paul Gallen.
It's Crichton stayed on the left edge and Liam Martin has stayed on the right edge, which means Sifa Talakai has gone into the middle of the field. Now that's a position he does not normally play. He normally plays in the centres and the edge back row, so the middle is something new for him.
Okay, now Ponga is a real danger here. He's nearly made another line break there on that previous play. Arrow playing it now. Grant sends it away flat to Dearden. He'll bring Holmes back on the inside. Talakai missed him. The ball goes out to Ben Hunt. And Nanai, he keeps it alive. Oh, goodness me, he's skillful. And that's Holmes once again. Queensland, exciting stuff.
Talakai, big effort.
Oh, Sifa Talakai has forced it free. Well, there you go.
Watch the effort from Talakai, where he comes from. He sees the half gap and watch the urgency to get to the threat. He sees the threat and sprints. Ball go away. Keep your eye on Talakai. The ball come across. He makes the tackle. Stays alive. Watch the threat. Watch him see the threat. Look at him accelerate. And then bang. Body on the line. That's a big moment.
And it's a great move by the Blues to get Sifa Talakai on in this moment. Only 12 Maroons, which means there's more space on the field, which means there's more opportunity for him to get one-on-one tackles with the football.
What a show of faith by Coach Fittler. He played 17 minutes at the back end in Perth, Sifa Talakai, but ample time for him to make an impact on this decider, which is really on the precipice here. A nation waits as Cleary goes to work. And Martin's taken high, at least it looked that way.
Great tackle, Jai Arrow.
These fresh legs out there for Queensland too. Tedesco, hunting. Harry Grant saw him and made an excellent tackle. Now Cleary, the chase is coming. Crichton coming through. Tupou coming through. Taken over on the wing by Corey Oates, who has seen very limited action, although he did claim the scalp of Cameron Murray in the very first set of the game. The South Sydney captain gone after only a matter of seconds because of a head knock. This is Kate Ball. And now Arrow, Saifidi and Talakai. Gee, there's some mistake in that tackle, isn't there? Here goes Ponga. Ponga, so dangerous.
He's the man.
A great tackle by Luai.
Cherry Evans kicks again. Tupou's up and Oates is racing after this. Tupou gets back there, gains possession, but this is a great kick chase by Queensland.
They are out on their feet. This is superhuman stuff.
Now Crichton, surely one of the most compelling State of Origin games in the history of this interstate clash.
Cherry Evans' kicking game, the opening 10 minutes of this second half.
Oh, with a knock on.
That's his first touch.
Queensland lost two players early in the piece, and they have the ball within striking distance of the Blues line. We are 13 on 13 again. Gagai back out there, and through the line, Nanai nearly gets it through.
Talakai again.
Harry Grant, Daly Cherry Evans, Patrick Carrigan, back to Talakai, and Polo. Oh, danger pass. Grant got it. Ponga stepping, weaving, wrapped up. Wrapped up 6 metres out. Crichton with a desperate tackle. Cherry Evans, first receiver. Hunt there. Dearden across the line. Holmes, excellent one-on-one defence by Crichton once again. But only 4 tackles gone. Tom Dearden submits in the tackle on play 5. Ben Hunt right, Terry Evans just inside of him. It'll be the skipper with the kick. He wants Nanai, I think. We know how good he is in the air. It's been knocked on. It'll be a Queensland try. A fatal mistake by New South Wales, and Papali'i may well have scored.
I have no
try.
Confirm that Queensland touched the ball and knocked it on.
Well, Ashley Klein, he's come up with a knock-on off the Queenslanders. We'll have to take a closer look here.
Is there a hand near when Toto drops the ball?
I think there is. We'll just have to see which direction.
Queensland has been ruled as onside.
Ah, right.
Yeah, a hand from Nanai. Jeremiah Nanai knocks the ball into Brian Toto in the in-goal. We have a decision.
Gosh, what a game. What a game. Millimetres.
Just superhuman, some of these performances. Queensland down to 15 players. Some of their players playing huge minutes.
Happy. Stay on the line. Wait for the tap. Wait.
But the Blues too, defending their own try line, Joey. Just their efforts on efforts.
Now, hold on. Oh, that's a relief. He dropped the previous one. Down to you, Gal.
Boys, Damien Cook, he's about to come into the match for the first time. So here comes Coruscant. Coruscant's coming off. So here goes Cookie.
Okay, this might be an influential move here by Brad Fittler, because we know against tired defence, Damien Cook is a perennial danger. He's out there now, and he plays his 15th Origin game. Angus Crichton to Nathan Cleary now. Polo Arrow with a good legs tackle. Ben Hunt part of it too now. Hunt race for marker, pressured Cleary, and as a consequence he couldn't get the purchase on that kick as he might have liked. And Ponga, he looks so dangerous with his speed and evasion. He is threatening every time he has possession of the ball. It's Oates this time now. Who is the game breaker?
Well, it's Ponga. You think Ponga or Harry Grant at dummy half? New South Wales, Cook and Tedesco around the ruck.
Here's Ponga again, an overlap. He's missed him. Missed Gagai. And Burton is back on to resume that little battle. Here's Grant now. He's Dearden. Looking across the ground. Floats one for Oates. Side-to-side stuff by the Maroons. Ball played to Holmes. Pressure, Terry Evans. It's come off Crichton's leg. It's not played out, says the referee. You're not refereeing anymore, Cam. Put the whistle away.
I'm sure Crichton stuck his leg in the air. Anyway, play on.
How are these players raising an effort after what we've seen for 54 and a bit minutes? The absolute best of the best, and here's an opportunity. Oh, the ball's over the head of Talakai. He tried to keep it in, and there was a momentary opportunity for Dan Gagai, but the ball rolls out now. Is this a turning point?
Well, this is a great shot. This will show it perfectly. Luai, he's seen the space on the outside, 15 metres in fact for Talakai. But the pass, it just missed the mark. And we spoke before about centimetres in this game, and
Ponga's mainly been down the right side. It's the left side he prefers. He loves that long pass to Corey Oates.
Here's Grant. Away to Ben Hunt now. Terry Evans takes them on. Queensland talk about the famous game in '89 where they won in Sydney to a standing ovation. They finished with 12 men. If they're to win this, you'd have to consider this victory right up alongside that, given they've been down to 15 from the opening minutes. Here's Papali'i now, wrapped up in the tackle of Polo. Grant with only Terry Evans now. Beautiful. The whole basket is forward out of the hands of Papali'i. He threw it over the top in no-look fashion.
Yeah, it was the old no-looker.
behind the head pass and it went forward by about 3 metres. You can understand what he was thinking there, but might have been a little bit smarter just to take the tackle.
We've got the Telstra tracker, James Tedesco's intensity metres per minute. Game 1, 94.5. Game 2, 88.5. And look at game 3, 95.6. See how much it means to the skipper.
A forceful charge here by the Sydney Roosters, Daniel Tupou. Cameron, what about the performance of Tom Gilbert? He was the first man used by Billy Slater on debut. He's been out there since the opening minutes.
Billy spoke about his inclusion and what he meant to this Queensland side. He's been on the radar now for 12 months of this Maroon squad. They can be proud of his effort so far. He's been incredible, Tom Gilbert.
He's been strong, Angus Crichton. Some really strong charges.
So good for Yo, for Luai, for Talakai now. He couldn't promote the ball. Burton was outside of him with a bit of room to work with. Nathan Cleary hoists one up in the air. Ponga the target, Burton racing, and Ponga evades him, and then he steps inside of Luai. Oh, good return.
You get down like that, you got to make the tackle. You got to make that tackle, Burton.
We've had no score since half-time, but we have had endless drama. You sense there are so many twists and turns to come. Hunt, 40-20 attempt. He's got it. He's nailed it. Ben Hunt with a brilliant kick. That has brought the 50,000 plus fans to their feet.
And it's just something different that the Blues didn't see coming. He put himself into the half position. And he caught Tedesco and To'o out of position. That's a big play by the Queensland number 9.
Is this the moment? Is this the set?
Loaded up the right side. Queensland.
Harry Grant tried to get through, couldn't. Oh, the latest of late offloads. Found Papali'i. Tedesco wraps him up. Cook there too. Cherry Evans. He's been wonderful, the skipper tonight. And Ben Hunt has been helping him out. And a pass to Gilbert. The boozer saver for the 21-year-old Tom Gilbert. So to Dearden and out to Corey Oates. Oates with plenty of strength. And Tupou needed every inch of his strength to drag him down there. Holmes. For Tom Dearden, it's sideline to sideline stuff for Queensland. Cherry Evans, Pong and Nanai denied with a wonderful tackle from Luai and Talakai again. DCE tries to roll it through. Tedesco is there.
Great defence, New South Wales. Geez, they hung in there. And they're out on their feet, and here comes Queensland's defence.
There's Crichton trying, straining. Oh, he's going to pop a pass out the back. The ball's on the ground, and they go back to ground and in goal. It's shades of Brett Hodgson.
Where is your head at? I couldn't watch that.
Wow, we just had to take the ball to ground.
Pressure. That's what pressure does. It was a great run. This was an origin run coming out of trouble.
What's that time?
Oh,
the line, Nathan.
gosh.
That's pressure.
What?
Did they go short, Joey? Try and get the ball back?
No, I think they're too tight. I think they're going to go long.
The kick goes 40. Ponga takes it. And back comes the old warhorse, Josh Papali'i. We've got inside 20 minutes to go. This is the most epic of origin battles. A tackle count re-trigger. Played by Arrow. Now Grant for Dearden with a bit of room. Dearden dragged down in a desperate, try-saving tackle by Tedesco. He might have saved the game for New South Wales. It's still on for Queensland though. Ponga through. Come on! the magic man from Newcastle. He has threatened with every touch of the ball, and he's put his state ahead. What a moment for Kalen Ponga to score his first try in Origin. And Andrew Johns, I asked you who the game breaker was. You said it was Kalen Ponga.
Well, he's normally on the left side, and that would have been playing with Dean, but he's been on the right side. And when he's on that side, he's more of a running threat. He's over there with his captain, Cherry Evans, and that was just all heart. He just wanted that more.
And he just put that little skip to the outside of Talakai. He knows the man. He's not quite used to defending in that position of a back row.
It is an Origin to rival anything we have seen in 43 years, and against the odds, once again, Queensland are coming home. 16-12, the Maroons over the Blues. Still a stack of time. Both teams heroic. A match played with intensity we have rarely seen. And Gilbert is wrapped up by Nathan Cleary. Daly Cherry Evans. And Talakai just missed his assignment there on the Ponga try. And he's in there throwing some weight in behind that tackle on Papali'i. Play number 5. The Blues have seen very little ball in the last period of the game.
It's been the kicking game of that man, the captain, but the 40-20 from Ben Hunt. That was the big momentum shift. Lockie.
The early kicks, Joey, they're going to be key, I reckon, for Queensland here.
There's
been a momentum there for New South Wales. The ball doesn't go to play very often. We've got 17 minutes to go. It's all nothing right now.
How do you like that one? Newton went cartwheeling out the back.
He stood his ground, the young man.
Now Cook looking down a right-hand short side. Cleary with a dummy. One-handed ball. Back to Damien Cook. He's waving troops around. He finds Polor, who has a penchant for the offload, but he thinks against it there. Just inside the 30. Cook away now for Yeo and Cleary and a little light numbers, New South Wales. Burton and To'o again. So hard to get hold of in the first time. Cherry Evans was bumped off out the back. Ball played. And Cleary, he'll want to try to keep the pressure on here if possible. A leak went up. Martin left the ball behind, and the try scorer, Kalen Ponga, has come down with it. Queensland deep in their own territory. And Oates now is one half of the most potent wing pairing in the premiership this year, Corey Oates. 14 tries for him, 12 for Selwyn Cobbo, and a kick on tackle 2 by Cherry Evans. Remarkable. Tedesco, he runs back at dead and a tackle to kick. Get it down the other end. Make the Blues make the running.
Well, it showed their intention. They want to defend this 4-point lead, Queensland. Kick early and back their defence. Brave decisions.
Cook for Tedesco. Nanai couldn't get hold of him. Grant couldn't get him. And eventually Arrow and Fasilmala Awi combined to bring the New South Wales captain down on the halfway. Trebojevic for Talakai. Oh, he's lost the ball. He has lost the ball on the last tackle.
Tried to milk the penalty. Sit for Talakai.
The ruling is that it's
Not at this level.
angle play the ball. Okay, that's my ruling.
With 3.5-ton towing and trailer sway control, the Isuzu MU-X is born to tow.
Why was that a penalty? Was there back chat or something?
No, he says he was. Well, actually, yeah.
But we thought it was an error.
Yeah, it was an error. So, yeah, the sin call perhaps.
Which was, I believe, 50-50. We've seen penalties given there for defenders in and around the play of the ball.
Here's the play the ball by Talakai.
Okay, so that would normally be a changeover, but somebody must have had something to say. Some repairs for Capewell. Boink.
Oh, that is one melon I wouldn't want to run into.
Well, the magic of Suncorp is driving the Maroons on again. And Tom Dearden. Well, Paul Horton talks about the magic of the Queensland jumper. If ever there's an example, it's this young man tonight, Tom Dearden. What a performance. And Cherry Evans now. One more try for the Maroons makes it very difficult for the visiting team. And for Suamala Awi, couldn't stretch out. The Blues are out on their feet. They might be defending for the shield here. Grant sends it away. Carrigan, ball at the back. Grant knocks it on. Oh, he doesn't knock it on. It went backwards, says Ashley Klein. Now Terry Evans with a kick through, and To'o is there. The bounce was kind.
Well done, To'o. Great scramble.
That could have been extremely dangerous for the Blues, but he stayed patient.
And Talakai has dropped the ball.
They're going to challenge this. They have to challenge.
There's no breaking play, Andrew. Play's got to stop. They can't. Dearden now. New South Wales look like they're just about gassed on their line. Harry Grant, he scored the series winner. He's the blue here, and he might have scored another.
He's claiming it, Harry
Grant has got the try, I think. Ashley Close says try. He might have sealed another series.
Well, he's been scheming, hasn't he?
Tedesco's challenging the referee of the Talakai. Here's Harvey Norman replay. Oh, it's a loose carry.
Well, Harry Grant, he's been scheming. Have a look in there with the loose ball. Oh, and he just got Liam Martin. He just shifted his weight to the right-hand side. Harvey Norman replay. Just there, Liam Martin, that slight step to the left-hand side, and that's all he needed, Harry Grant.
There's an arm under the ball here. He hasn't got it down yet, and it's hard to see that he does under all of that.
Well, look, they're going to go to review.
Coming up to tackle 2. This is under review for rebounding.
The ruling is, if there's inconclusive vision, the ruling stands.
Nathan Cleary's arm is under the ball at this stage, just looking at more angles to see if the ball gets down.
No chance.
The ball is above the ground here. We then see it still above the ground. We have a decision.
Held up. Isn't it remarkable? Harry Grant scored in almost identical circumstances in his first game in 2020 to win the series for Queensland. He nearly did it again. So it's only tackle 2, a reminder too. So this set continues on, but at least a minute of respite for the New South Wales defenders to get some oxygen back in the tank. Here's Cherry Evans. He's been mighty, the captain. 4 metres short of the Blues line. Grant for Arrow for Dearden. They get to play 5. DCE station left. He's going to chip it up. He's got Nanai there. Oh, Burton's above them, but there's more football coming for the Maroons.
Back on the ground.
How much more can New South Wales withstand? Surely not much more.
They've got to go short now, Cameron. Got to go short.
Yep. Let's get into that stage of the game. They're going to start to get desperate. They can't continue to play this game without the football in hand.
He's trying to kick it over the sideline. Nathan Cleary. It's been pulled back in spectacular fashion, and Gilbert gets it back for Queensland. That was Valentine Holmes with one of the most remarkable plays of the game. And now Ponga.
What?
Oh, this is a game from another planet tonight. For Suamala Awi.
Well, it goes to show there's only a certain amount of players can play at this standard.
I'm not sure we've ever seen anything like it. Here's Carrigan. A ball has come free. But it's back in possession of Queensland. So Grant was there to dive on it. Here's Dearden. And Ponga. He's trying to put them to sleep. Ponga now, so dangerous. He's been brilliant in the second half. He offloads now. And Nanai is caught with it on 5. We're coming into the final 10 minutes. Cherry Evans, a kick through, picked up by Tedesco, but look where the Blues have got the ball back. They are barricaded at their own end of the ground. They can't get clear running. Queensland are dictating. Crichton goes nowhere.
They need to be disciplined here, Queensland.
Oh, Tino with a big shot on Jake. 4 tackles down, and they're just outside the 10. They're trying to spin it now. Martin, he's a sitting shot. Look at this by Queensland. The mightiest of performances. And Cleary with a torpedo, which won't even make the halfway, and it bounces back for New South Wales, and there's a chance here for Burton to put a second kick on it. Oh, remarkable. The ball bounced back, and Burton was able to snatch an extra 30 metres, but Oates has cut free.
Oh, what are we watching?
Now Dearden.
Just quickly, Harry Grant's come from the field, Matty.
Now Arrow. It's Queensland by 4. Do not look away. You can't look away. The Queenslander chant again. Cherry Evans playing it back to Carrigan and Ponga. Ponga beat 2 of them. He flicked the pass in one hand to Oates. Oh, this is so brave by New South Wales. Queensland might try to turn the screws again. Here's a kick, here's a leap. There's a contested ball. The Blues have got it back. No,
knock on Queensland. Knock on Queensland.
Celebrating.
There's a knock on.
Ashley Klein says knock on, so we're not even going to the bunker. Wow. Just catch your breath for 1 second.
The radar was for that man, but I think it was Kurt Capewell. Yeah, it comes off his hand, goes forward.
Well, the irony of this is that the Blues are still within 4 points.
And that's just proof of how good they are, Matt. The Blues, they've been so brave. It's a all complete opposite to game 2, where they played the majority of this game in their own end.
Andrew, do New South Wales have the bravery to kick early and try and get the ball down the other end? Here's Tedesco. Tedesco against Dearden. Ah, well done, young man. Now Damien Cook. This is as far up the field as New South Wales have been in quite some time.
Great tackle, Carrigan. Wrapped the ball up one-on-one.
Cleary out for Jerome Luai now. It's going to be a safe catch for Ponga. And Gagai wraps around the back, gives him an option to run it back. 7 minutes to go. 4 points the difference.
I think Damien Cook might be New South Wales man, Joey. He's had a couple of darts from dummy half since being on the field. He looks quite ominous.
Talks to Tracker there. Tedesco v Tonga. Very similar. Tedesco, 27 sprints. What an effort.
Arrow now. Oh, look at this for a determined run by Jai Arrow.
I don't know how much is left in the tank for New South Wales.
Surely that can't be anything. Ponga now, trying to set something up. He goes to Oates, who dropped the ball.
Well, now they get their chance. I'll give it a rest here, New South Wales. In these moments, this is where this young man needs to really stand up. His performance in the second game was incredible. He needs to get his team home. 6 minutes to go.
Trebojevic, Tedesco scheming. That's Nanai with a wonderful tackle. Here's Yo now, Cleary doing the donkey work. Now Cook. And the captain, Tedesco playing it on the last. What can Cleary muster here? Up it goes. There's some indecision. The ball's touched back here by Luai, and it's still the last, and Jake Trebojevic is going to put a kick through. And Dearden's back there to clean up.
How are they still running these plays?
We've got 5 to go in Origin 2022. Oh, may it never end. The Maroons can nearly feel it.
And the petrol tank, it's on empty now, Joey, isn't it?
Oh, it's been on empty for the last half an hour. Carrick.
You can see the Blues in these tackles. They're looking for the one-on-one strip opportunity.
Gill.
I don't know if New South Wales can get behind the ball and play off kick reception. They need Cook to get out.
Can New South Wales do a Queensland on Queensland? Cook now, Luai. But they're just turning up everywhere. There's Maroons, jumpers, wherever you look. An anxious-looking Brad Fittler. As Yo goes to Jacob Saifidi and Holmes with a big shot. It's the last tackle, and Cleary sends up a wobbler. This is pressure. Gagai, he takes it well. He used all his experience.
Yeah, out of position, playing on the wing. Predominantly been playing centre for the last couple of years. Great take under pressure.
This game, it's no longer physical. It's in the minds of the players out in the field, just willing themselves to keep their legs moving.
I think it's physical for the coach, Billy Slater. I think he's lactating.
Ponga held. Oh, Hunt away to Dearden. He was right at the advantage line when he caught that one. 3 to go. 3 minutes left. The Maroons hunting for another Origin title. Picked up by Tupou, who comes rolling back, and he bumped off one. It was Tino down there in the front line.
Tino.
New South Wales can't get a shot up the other end. They're going to have to go the length. And Tedesco still charging. A pass now for Crichton.
Oh, the crowd are appealing for a forward pass. That wasn't forward.
10 out from the halfway. Jake Trebojevic. That's 4 tackles down. The clock's nearly expired. The Blues, can they pull something out? Cleary away. Crichton steps inside. Crichton can't get past Carrigan. He's made a stack of big tackles in this series. What a breakout series for Patrick Carrigan. Now Cleary. Oh, Ben Hunt! That's been pinched by Ben Hunt. Hunt racing away upfield. Ben Hunt, he goes to the corner. Ben Hunt wins the Origin for Queensland. What a moment in Origin history. Ben Hunt has raced away. And he might have raced away with the shield as well.
What a player. What an effort it's been by this Queensland Maroons outfit. And listen to the crowd at Suncorp Stadium. Get behind their 17 brave men. They've done it the hard way. They've lost players. But this is one of the most famous Maroons victories you will ever see. Harvey Norman replay. Nathan Cleary, he goes for the short chip. But Ben Hunt, I don't know how he come up with that, but he just pinned the ears. He had one man chasing Isaiah Yeo. What a brave effort it's been from him. And there will be no better feeling than what that man's feeling right now. It does not get any better.
Just savour this. We will see this over and over again. It is another classic moment in Origin history. They were written off. They were despised outsiders. But the spirit of Suncorp,
there's a Cuxton,
has driven Queensland to another win. Oh, Arthur Beetson will be looking down with great pride.
Well, they've been enormous, haven't they? And you must say the Blues, they've been brave. They've put in so much work in this second half.
Holmes has kicked it. Ben Hunt has sealed it for his state. It's his third Origin try. He scored 2 at Suncorp in the previous series. He was man of the match in Game 3 last year, and he has pulled out a magic trick. Well, this is superhuman from both states. 30 seconds left. Jonathan Thurston revving up the crowd on the sideline. Rapturous noise around Suncorp. The home of Origin football has staged yet another interstate classic. This is as good a game as there's been. Capel tackled. That will be it. Kalen Ponga celebrates. And it is all smiles in the Sunshine State. It is one of the most remarkable games. The Maroons have done it again. Written off after being dismantled in Western Australia. A 32-point demolition is turned around in the space of less than 2 weeks. They have given every ounce of themselves. And the trophy is back in Queensland. The decider has disappointed no one. Full time, Queensland 22 have beaten New South Wales 12.
New South Wales come onto the side field, and this is the full team. Called Sixworth, Philip Duke, Michael Cronin, that is Terry Fay, Brett Kenny, Steve Mortimer, Ray Price, Paul Miller, Liz Boyd, Don McKinnon, Max Pilic and Royce Allen. The coach, of course, Frank Stanton. And the Queensland side will follow.
You don't want to put that in there.
Well, the crowd letting the Queenslanders know they're in Sydney on this occasion, and this is the full Queensland side. Mitch Brennan, John Rebo, Al Malinga, Gene Miles, Kerry Bosted, Wally Lewis, Mark Murray, Norm Carr, Paul McCabe, Rowan Hancock, Paul Kahn, John Dowling, Rod Morris, and the coach, Big Arthur Beetson. The referee, turn round. The referee, Mr. Don Wilson. Okay. Just before we get them underway now, we'll take a break and we'll be back. Again, do you want it again? Oh, it's a bit lower than that. Got it? One all on the Winfield decider in the State of Origin. Queensland kick off. They'll be running from left to right. And Sixworth in possession for the New South Wales team. Runs into a pretty hefty tackle. The referee, Mr. Don Wilson of Queensland, appeared to me, Barry Ross, to be laying down the law to both the captains before the game.
Yes, he did. He had something to speak to both teams in the dressing room before the game. He's a referee that Australian fans do know. He refereed the first test here last year against France in Brisbane.
Queensland inside the 5. Now, what about the weather conditions down there?
Well, there was a wind from the south. New South Wales have won the toss and they've taken advantage of that wind. But of course, here, Rex, at the Sydney Cricket Ground, but the wind tunnel affects the stands. Mate, you can't always count on that wind for goal kicking, but it is in New South Wales' favour.
The ground looks rather hard to me. It's a little bit cut up in the centre. The grass is very short. It's a very fast ground, I would say. Perhaps dew might be a consideration as the night progresses. Might make the ball a little bit slippery. That kick takes play up to inside the Queensland half. 5. First touch. Running with a lot of enthusiasm. Kulich, Mortimer, Aleph, back to Mortimer. On the inside there to Les Boyd. 10 yards inside Queensland's half. Mortimer. Royce Aleph. Literally like a bull at a gate there. Kulich and Mortimer, a little chip over the top. That's going to go straight to Brennan. Takes it well. And he's decked straight away, legally. Studies quarter. Hancock. Swinging right arm there. Penalty to Queensland. Punches thrown. A little bit of a melee taking place here. Both sets of forwards come charging in. Wade Price has got a Queenslander by the back, pulling him out of it. I think it's Rod Morris. A little bit of common sense prevailed from a number of players on that occasion. They were more interested in stopping it than going on with it. Let's have a look at the replay of that little bit of a flurry, nothing dramatic. Aleph and Kulich being spoken to. This is the way it happened. There was a little bit of unnecessary violence there in the start. Rowan Hancock resented it, and I don't blame him. And he dealt out a couple of pretty useful punches on that occasion too. And back to the action. Meninga's kick is successful over the sideline of halfway. And running very, very hard there. Hancock again coming like a train. I'd like to see him learn to unload a little bit. He certainly takes the ball up in that very forceful fashion to the opposition, but doesn't often unload. Well, Mark Murray, who's very tiny little halfback. That more on the size. Just centering around about the middle of the field. Got 8 yards, the New South Wales side of halfway. Well, the New South Wales under-18s gave the Great Britain Coltway under-18s a father of a hiding. 17 points for 2 is the full-time score, and they camped virtually in the Great Britain side for the full extent of the match in their quarter and just didn't get out of there. 17 points for 2. This telecast you're watching tonight really is made possible by the public spiritiness of a large Australian firm, Caltex, who've guaranteed the power supply so that everybody should be very grateful to public spirited action from Caltex, the large organisation who are responsible for energy. Kulich on the blind side. Mortimer elects to kick. That's going straight down the throat of Rebo, who's not the greatest handler of a football. He's got through one tackle, not the greatest handler of a football in the air, but over the sideline on the first tackle, and that is not the performance of an international.
I think John Rebo was more intent in showing Philip Duke it's a different ball game tonight in that City Country game 2 or 3 weeks ago at Newcastle, and he ran straight at Duke then with a very firm arm off.
He lost the clash, didn't he?
Yes, and he went out, which is bad, but I think he had Phil Duke certainly on his mind.
I'd rather have the use of the ball for 5 more occasions than showing a bloke that was a bit tough about him anyway. Let's get back to the football with Queensland in possession, 30 yards out from the New South Wales. Dowling, the hooker's made a bust and got through 2 tackles. Aleph left lying on the ground there. Queensland in a very strong attacking position. The ball moving out along the 3-quarter line. Wally Lewis switches the play back to Brendan, the fullback. He's decked on the quarter line. Khan. Okay.
The concept that
Midfield, 20 yards out. No score in this match, we've had 5 minutes. Khan, little chip, not well placed. Underneath the head high tackle there goes Dean McKinnon. Took it very easily. Merlot loses the ball, not an auspicious start for him. Lewis, with the circular sort of a run, he could have with advantage given that ball. Okay, coming hard. Right past the marker. Gowan, Morris. Good strong run there from Khan. Oh, it's been passed straight to Faye. And he pulled it out of the air and has taken play back about 10 yards.
Middle class winners, the 2 weeks of suburb winners opposing each other, Boosted and Faye.
Yes, it was. Well, that was a let off. Khan pass. Couldn't have been a better time for Faye to pull out of there. Conan. Unloads, Feynman's one-handed unload. Straight back to Les Boyd. Glitch, Warmer, Merlot, Sigsworth. Nice pass back to Aleph. Oh, to Mortimer. It's gone forward off his knee, but the referee.
Just silent live stream where you just live stream and put your phone somewhere. No, I wouldn't want to keep it that because I can do it myself. If you check, you see that
Still no score, we've had 8 minutes of play.
live streaming. If I'm leaving the house, I live stream
Lewis
on
dumping
silent.
to kick. Stands up for the tackle, unloads now. There's no lap up, they can move it out wide. One can't.
And then I start again. You understand?
Okay.
That I don't engage. But sometimes I
Still
try
on
to
the line side they come. Rod Morris
I use my laptop
running well.
creating
Still looking a little bit corpulent, Barry Ross.
Yes, well, of course, he hasn't been playing all that football. That was all that much football, I should say. His first game only about 2 months ago.
Well, the kick ahead chased by Mark Murray, but Sigsworth judged it well. He had it covered all the way. And it rolled over the dead ball, so that's a quarter line restart. And the referee, Mr. Wilson, waving Queensland is back for 10 yards. This telecast brought to you by Mazda and your local Mazda dealer. Which, as Boyd leaves it behind, knocked out, 6 to go. There's Paul Borton, who's a replacement on this side. Lock pass out, Cronin turns it back inside to Izzard. Still going, strong, but knocked over the sideline at halfway. Very well balanced runner is Izzard. He's built like a brick. A chunky little man, very powerful. A lot of experience playing outside such a big-time footballer as Mick Cronin. Phillips comes up with the ball. Oh, there again a bad pass, but offside. Good decision by the referee.
I have 9 cents, sorry.
And that's the second occasion New South Wales have lost the ball on the first tackle. Just a little bit of panic, a little bit of urgency to get rid of that ball. Just settle the play down a little bit. Murray, little step, he's done 7 in the clear, there should be a try. It will be. Rowan Hancock underneath the post from beside them. And a great run from Murray. Got himself into a situation with 2-on-1. He drew the fullback, unloaded the pass, and Hancock had the pace to make the sprint. See it again.
Lots. Let me tell you
Pass
one
out
thing.
there. There was Carr. There was the little step. Les Boyd, I think, left for dead on that occasion. Murray timed his pass well to Hancock. Duke came in from the wing and made a good inroad too, but couldn't get there in time for Meadow. Now watch Les Boyd go up and get spread eagle here. Well, that was a bad bit of football.
I don't want something that
Rowan Hancock showing
I'll
the way
give
to
it
the
to you
try.
and then it would be
That should
like
be a
you
simple
do
kick
it when you
for Mal
have
Mendy.
your own time to do it. So I wouldn't know because I'm not there. I wouldn't know whether you are doing it. I'm someone that I don't get.
Meninga from only 12 yards
When
out.
I'm engaging people, I don't have to pressure you to do what I ask you to do. Do you understand? So if I say take, this is the login. Because I remember when I engaged you for the Facebook that time, I wanted to, you see now Facebook on its own. I stopped posting when we stopped posting Facebook that time. We didn't need to do anything until
Rod Morris won our last award. We'll be
the
doing
flagging
the
went
award
on its
again.
own. But right now,
This match.
Facebook has stopped growing. My Facebook has stopped
Meninga.
growing. Instead of growing, followers are just going down.
No doubt about that. So after 11 minutes play, Queensland go to a 5-0 lead over New South Wales at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
So if I'm looking for all the solution and I find someone, please, this is what I have a problem with. I remember paying someone to come to my Facebook and help me fix it and grow it. I paid the guy 130,000 naira. Till today, gave him the login, gave him everything. Till today, that guy never showed up.
And gets them underway again. It's going to go over the good ball line, one would think. It does now. Two balls. The ball boy hasn't collected the other ball yet. Right, Dowling in the middle of the field. Restarts. Straight away there to little Mark Murray.
The flagging is down. It's recommendable and I'm posting them constantly now. It's even monetized. My Facebook is already monetized, but the monetization they give me is not content monetization, it's subscription and
swinging out there. There's a penalty. That's a little bit out of character for Mick Cronin. Just like he's got a score
and then
to settle
also
there.
there's
Let's see that
another
again.
one pending is arts partnership.
Well, you live and learn.
You understand?
I'll leave it go.
While that was going on, there was a scuffle in back
But they
play
kept
between
going down.
Ross
Even
Morris
see
and
now
Molly
that
Lewis.
it's no longer flat.
Well, Dowling's on the halfway line now. Under Rod Morris. 7-yard gain. 5-0. Queensland lead. Good try there, Hancock. And a little muck on there. The referee didn't see it as anything
So for
other
the
than a loss of the
TikTok,
ball by
I'll
the
give
player
you the
carrying.
logins. Okay?
And Mortimer falls on it. McCabe on top of him.
I don't remember that login. I have to check what's the login.
Chuke's first touch. Quilich, Mortimer, Ray Price. There's Les Boyd, who slips and falls again for the second time. Right on the halfway line. And there's a little bit of an altercation between Boyd and Dowling, I think it is. The play goes on, touch judges in. Boyd and Dowling both may get sin binned out of this. It's on for young and old, they're released to. They just plain dislike each other by the look of it. I don't think there's anything we can say other than there's an intense dislike. Let's see it again. From the outset.
Yeah, I just sent you.
It was the pass, and these two came together. Two of their mates rushing in, and you can see Alec holding off another Queensland player saying it's their fight, let them go on with it. This time there's a touch just standing around.
But if you have
They're
alternative to
both
do
on.
it, I don't have to
Is
live.
it 5 minutes or 10 minutes, Barry? Did you see that signal?
I think it's 5, but I'll check.
Will you ask them as they come through? Sure. Okay. Boyd and Dowling both dismissed, we would think, for 5 minutes. The signal was a little bit obscure.
Then you start focusing on content to be putting on
All right. Each side of man short.
content. If you can do that,
Well, that should be a penalty to New South Wales. It is, because the Queenslander fell down on the ball in the actual scrummage.
5 minutes, Les Boyd told me as he walked through the game.
Well, Les should know.
Yes, he certainly should. I'm very happy he wasn't going to tell me either.
Mick Cronin. New South Wales have not settled down at all. 15 minutes, and they've been pretty repetitive with mistakes. Queensland have looked the better side.
quality content there. Then this YouTube, this
That
other
was
one.
big Donnie McKinnon in this side on the strength of a marvellous performance against Manly. There's a head-high tackle that from McCabe, which was avoided.
How did they
Mortimer,
plug in on
chip
this
through.
thing?
Bennon's racing for it.
Put,
They're not giving themselves a chance to use the ball. Is out. They took that on the third tackle. They've lost it twice on the first tackle. There's some players on the side still haven't handled the ball after 16 minutes. Great believer in retaining possession for long periods early in the game. Everybody should get a feel of the ball.
Username
Wait
is
for us to get a partial
Alexander's
feel of it,
Ernest.
knocked back.
Let me send you the username.
It's gone right through. Up to the quarter. Very good run of his. He's lost it forward. Now Price is involved in a scuffle. Play going on. Queensland come away. The referee talked to both of them as he ran past, but said, "We're playing on. You gentlemen want to join us?"
This was Wally Lewis, and Wally Lewis was the player that raked the ball back and to play the ball from Price.
Terrible flick pass there from young Mark Murray. Greg Stanton, the New South Wales coach, looking at his side, not firing terribly well at the moment. No doubt he'll have plenty to say at half-time. Mainly about loss of possession. Khan. Wally Lewis kicking downfield. It's going to be a beauty. Oh, yes. That's up to the New South Wales quarter. Have a look at the Kurlich success story and the set scrums. 170 to 310, which is a very acceptable success rate of 54.8% to Max Kurlich. New South Wales ball. Kenny on the run around nicely to Izzard, who leaves it behind. It's a knock on, has to be. And they are looking awful, New South Wales at the moment. They are looking like a team that's watching the opposition and worried about the opposition. It's a very, very ordinary performance.
This is my phone number. Sometimes
4 marks for Queensland.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's a second row three, little doubt about it. Steve Mortimer, they amused me halfbacks. He walked over and said, "What was that for, sir? Have a look at the scrum again. You tell me what you think."
So what?
On with the action. Tap taken, Morris. There's 1 minute remaining in the sin bin for Boyd and Dowling, as far as we are aware. Gene Miles, 12 metres out. Murray, McCabe, Lewis. Spread it away to Brennan, but he wasn't expecting it. I think he might have lost it. I think Don McKinnon has got no. Don McKinnon didn't have it. Lewis, one of the long passes out there to Murray. Paul Khan. Nicely. Meninga loses it in a jogging tackle. New South Wales come up with it. Allen was one of them in the pity man hard. Paul Merlot played it. And offside Queensland. Inside the 5. No doubt about this referee's signals. You know exactly what he means. I'd like to see that in some of our referees.
I've just been informed down here, Rex, it's 10 minutes in the sin bin. No, there's Boyd going now.
Well, I think Les might be putting on a com job. Anyway, we shall see. Fay. Still going. 10 yards inside the Queensland quarter. Now Dowling's on, so they were off for 5 minutes each. Looking for the ball on the inside, gets it to Merlot. Merlot goes hard, but he had support and died with it. Quillick throws his arms up in anguish. There was support there. McKinnon taken high, unloaded, and again the pass goes down. That time Brett Kenny, but it was a bad one, down low. Gene Miles comes away with a
spirited run from dummy half. Down. Rod Morris. Heavily tackled. May have lost the ball. He did, but it's picked up by Dowling, who is always looking for the dregs around the ruck. There it is. It tells the story. 2-1, isn't it? New South Wales 6, Queensland 3. The number of times they put the ball back to the opposition. Phil Duke racing back, feels it. The Moree Boomerangs, representative for the New South Wales side. That's a very commendable second touch too. And the crowd rising to him. Now can New South Wales keep the ball for long enough to do something with it? Mortimer. Kulich should be talking to this team and settling them down, calming them down there. Panic. Kenny. Cronin. McKinnon up the blind side. Gets a bad pass away, but it's going to be 6 to go. Wade Price. Nicely to Izzard. Izzard's pass is knocked down. He goes back again. That should be 6 to go again. Who's got it this time? Good heavens. The Fumblers. Well, Dowling comes up with a good scrum win. Lewis kicks on the first tackle. Duke's on his own back here. Nowhere to go. Stays away. He's into touch. And Duke not able to do a thing about that. It was not his fault. He was tackled as he took the ball. And too close to the side. 5 points to 0. Queensland lead New South Wales. And looking the better team. Kenny is panic passing again near their line. Sigsworth's in. Now out to Izzard. He's got play on the outside. Goes on his own. Kenny's there in support with him. Kenny. Heavy tackle there on Les Boyd. Stands on the tackle. Gets it away to Sigsworth. Aliff. Nobody went through with him. Lifted the arms, ready to pass. Merlot unloads to Aliff. Lobs the pass over the top to Ray Price. He's jinked his way into the clear. Up over halfway. Now gives it to Mortimer. Oh, who's got it? McKinnon. Bad pass there. That was Merlot again, I think. Well, Les Boyd, was it? Les Boyd, yeah.
It was a one-handed pass from Les Boyd that time.
Well, it's very uncharacteristic sort of a pass from him. He's normally a bit more careful than that. That was very sloppy. And a penalty to New South Wales, suggesting that Queensland pack square on. Dowling there, looking a little bit worse, the worse for wear around the eye. Differential penalty, of course, no kick for goal. 15 minutes to go to half time. Kulich, Mortimer, Aliff, Mortimer, Les Boyd right through! And loads nicely to Kenny, but he was picked up nicely, just about 3 yards out. Great move by New South Wales. Boyd at dummy half, unloads to Mortimer. Long floating pass. Who's got it? Queensland have kicked it through. This could be interesting. Play answers the referee. No, not one. Well, that could have been interesting.
There isn't.
Pour les familles, le deuxième studio est à moitié prix et le petit déjeuner est offert aux moins de 16 ans. Adagio, here for you.
The face against Cohen was big enough to dwarf him in size.
good heave by New South Wales, but still Queensland's ball, is it? No, New South Wales come up with it. That's a good heave by New South Wales. Price diver. Mortimer. Kenny. Dummy inside. Oh, his son. Jim, there. The young fella's having an awful game. Calm. Their account tells the story. There it is, 11-3 at this stage. New South Wales have put the ball down 11 times in 26 minutes. And New South Wales are leading the scrum 7-2, and it's just as well they are. The penalties, however, are 4-3 Queensland's way. Corey Lewis ran into a wall of defenders there. McKinnon towered over. Will Dowling puts that down. So the standard of handling of both sides, pretty ordinary. We're looking for our tackle of the week in this match. Corrugated paper tackle of the week, and could well come from this. And lead differential against Krilic. And the scrum indiscretion. And 10 yards inside their half. Ryan Hancock on the burst. He was precious close to being offside there too, as he took that. Dowling. Can't. Dowling. Murray. Lewis, the switcher play back to the blind side. On Hancock, the try scorer. McCabe. The blind side, not much cleverness in that lot. Carr, Murray, Lewis, Meninga, Brennan. At least they're putting a sequence of play together, Queensland. More than we can say for New South Wales. Kenny up very quickly. And that's the 6. 5 points to 0. Penalty to Queensland. Talking to Mortimer about his incorrect feed. Good opportunity now for Queensland if they can sustain pressure. Lewis with a beautiful long pass out to Murray, then to McCabe. He's on the quarter line midfield. Hancock. Doesn't anything wrong with this one. They've presented a pretty good sample of his wares. There's Mitch Brennan coming around Khan and nicely back on the inside for Miles. It's intercepted by New South Wales as well it was. There was a try on there. Probably underneath the post. Come up with the intercept.
You don't wait, Sabi, just...
Slow play the ball from Don McKinnon. Mortimer. Unloaded well to Merlot. Up to the quarter line. Tackling well, Queensland. Phillips. Phillips running at the wrong time there. Mortimer, Kenny, Bowden. And that takes a bit of doing. 6 to go, the ball touched in that tackle. No, lost possession. Cronin, you don't see dispossessed of the ball too often. 5 points to 0. Queensland, 10 minutes to half time. Rebound and Jed coming together.
see that little bit of action again. We've got a touch charge in on it. There's Revo. Izzard's there. Duke's there. A little bit of a right hand from Duke. And another one. Touch judge having had his say, the referee now pointing the finger. I can remember a school teacher doing that to me about 35 years ago. Penalty to Queensland. Chance for Meninga. This is going to be a kick from out on the corner line. And he's about 11 yards in from the sideline on the hillside.
He's kicking well, Meninga. He scored 5 goals from 6 attempts there 3 weeks ago in Brisbane in the first interstate match. Last Sunday in Brisbane for his club South, 4 out of 6 and a try for 11 points. Quite a good kicker, Mal Meninga.
Right, well, his statistics overall on the kick are 45 from 71, which is a very good success rate of 63.4%. And should he kick this with 8 minutes to go to half time, a 7 points to nil lead is a vast difference to a 5 points to nil lead in terms of rugby league. The crowd are indicating they don't want him to kick it. That's unsuccessful. 5 goals still.
Because I know when phone before from my hand. And I still struggle out. I know this thing. After I came back, I made it back.
Which Bennett feels the kick.
Enter inside. Slept.
Good solid tackle there by Royce Allen.
I stood around 8 o'clock.
Slowed him
by
down.
11.
Rebound. 5 yards into New South Wales half. Dowling, Khan, Morris on the run around. Having another forceful game. Khan's featured frequently too.
Sometimes I ask myself, if maybe
Came
if
standing
not this
exceptionally
war,
wide for a second row. He's out
how
virtually
would I
outside
make
centre.
complications?
Carr, Lewis.
You would have been doing
Lewis in
something
front
else.
of him, managed to get a pass away, but it's knocked on. Mortimer to feed just his own side of halfway. 7 minutes to half time. It's New South Wales ball. Steve Mortimer evades one tackle. Here the situation. New South Wales 12, Queensland 7. Number of times each side has given it back to the opposition. Merlo. Oh dear, oh dear. Really?
That all
The pass to Faye was impossible because Faye was under pressure.
I called this one.
It was a bad bit
I
of
put that
football.
45. Now it has reached 54. Since when?
Incredible how such a group of talented footballers as this New South
What
Wales side
when?
can squander possession so
First week of
often
May.
on the first or
What
second
first
tackle.
week of May?
And another incorrect feed. One question is this situation now. He's been penalised on no more than 2 occasions for an incorrect feed. I think it's about 4 times. And when does persistent infringement come in?
Well, I think that's what referee Wilson's talking to New South Wales Max Bennett about now. He's talking about this feed situation, so maybe if it occurs again, we'll see it.
Rowan Hancock
You are
on the
expecting
sideline being manipulated by the trainers. And
How much will you now
going
make
back
that?
on.
25.
Suggesting
Oh,
that might have
27.
been
How many
damage
you
to the
got?
cheekbone.
And the trainer's gone over to talk to Paul Vorton, and he's taking his track set off Vorton, so we could see that change soon.
Dowling, Murray, Lewis. Oh, stupid pass. Straight into Kenny's hands. some really infantile football from both sides. Mortimer, Big McKinney, winding up.
The guy that money and put in the bank.
Get quicker to his feet this
You
way.
don't get 100,000.
Slow, ponderous player of the football.
Even time, spend your guy money, you don't get 100,000 in the bank.
On the halfway line. Put that between his legs, didn't play. Hello, Kenny, Conan.
That is why
Conan didn't
nobody when they do this, when they do salary work, can be wealthy. Never.
Last tackle, at least they've held it for 6.
It is business people
Mortimer.
that are wealthy. For example,
This is the end of the section with Liz Boyd taking
yeah,
the tackle for 6.
unforeseen
We've got
situations.
4.5 minutes to go to half time. Queensland lead by 5 points.
These are the results of this.
Handcuffs off and Vogt wearing number 14 has just gone into the second round.
After buying them there like that and so, maybe they say the crisis somewhere
Usually pick him with the
that affects the price.
red
The
hair
price
penalty
double.
to New South Wales.
Yes, I do.
Not
This
facing
I need
square on.
to buy it.
Rowan
Yeah, you're
Hancock,
not
the
alone.
only scorer in the match, tried that is and removed.
There's nothing as good as business, no matter how small it is. I was telling one guy, when I was doing business, like business center work, I used to make photocopy 5 naira, 10 naira, 5 naira, 10 naira. People think it was rubbish. In a day, I've made photocopy 30,000. Whereas somebody who is not in time to go and teach a private school a whole month, 25,000 in a day. I'm not talking about other things I'm going to do. Only photocopy one day.
Liz Boyd throws it to no one. Realize got it. Steve
The
Mortimer
amount of t-shirts you put in.
managed to flop a pass back inside to Steve Mortimer. The little pass screens away. Out there to Melo. Out to Kenny. Kenny out to Conan. Conan out to Duke. Duke's going to get there. Yes, it's a try to do. It's a try. The referee a little bit dramatic with his posturing there. I thought he was overruling the touch judge for a minute, but that's a try to Duke. And some classy football involved in that. See it again. All came from an Aylett unloading of the pass there. That was it. That's what the game of rugby league is all about. Not being tackled with the ball. Bell out to Kenny, Conan, and out to Jim. Juggled it. And to his credit, got it down rather shortly. See it again from head on.
I did it because she was there.
Now this is the situation that gave the try.
Now that you have left the country, before you left, you didn't even tell me
just chain pass.
this is what you plan to do.
So long as everybody caught it and gave it correctly. Izzard dropped
To
down.
do with the equipment, the camera, the
Put it
everything.
down. Did he get it down correctly? Is what I'm interested in. Appeared to bounced it, perhaps it bounced up hard after he hit it down.
So she left it. Everything
Referee
there.
was satisfied. Now Conan
She
swept with
She locked it in the.
a difficult kick
She locked them in the room.
to get them on level terms.
And I said, okay, now that we already bought these things, I'm going to get someone.
Is just away by about 2 yards. The left side of the score now remains.
I'm going to engage one of the workers to resume. You're going back inside? No. To resume work. My wife's back. Why would you like that guy? You don't like that guy. You don't like that guy. Why would you not spark? You have been injecting money into the business without getting any return. So who will be happy? Nobody will be happy. But think about it. I bought it. You know how much this one is?
Kick on.
Come and hold this microphone.
Time just about,
Hold it.
about a minute to go.
Maybe you can estimate. It's a French made. It's not. Estimate how much one costs. It's original.
McKinnon.
It could be up to. I bought two.
He's
See,
done fairly well.
this
McKinnon.
and this. 590 euro.
Well, he's looked at the ball whenever he can.
Do you get? Yeah. I saw the one they are using in Nigeria that they call the most expensive. Do you understand? This is more expensive than that one. The one they use in Honest Bunch. This is more expensive than their own. Do you get? But it's not the quality. It's not the same make. So if you look at this one now, you might not think it's worth that. Do you get? I bought this. Bought this arm. Bought this one. I think that day I spent close to 1,400 or so. Because I bought some other things. Just for here, those things have been packed here. Do you know how much this money would, these things would have? I bought this one. This is the mic. Do you know how much? And what's it called? I bought this one there. The machine is inside. This one is what's it called? It's fairly used. I bought it. This one.
There was one of these things I had in Ukraine. If you use that one and if you use that one and speak, it purifies your voice.
This one.
Yeah.
This one is the one I used to record audio. You should see. This is Zabra. What's it called? This is 100 and something euro. And I bought this one. I bought almost one for that day. You see. Now this one is for, the reason why I bought this one was I anticipated to be using to synchronize my show on radio, on online radio, like I told you. So this one I can be using to take online calls and record directly. Then this one is, as we are all talking here, it has a receiver. I plug the receiver. I'm the one that is controlling it. The sound. Let's assume I have a full podcast. You are talking, another person is talking, I'm talking. The voice audio, I will be the one that will be controlling it. You understand? How will I spend all this money? I'm not using this money. You understand? I'm not turning around the investment. The same thing I was talking to her about it. Because the reason why we're doing all this is we're looking for an option where we don't need. This is the capital we're supposed to start for a business. Fact. This talk I'm wasting. I wanted to record. Want to record something?
Big McKinnon. Big shoulder of his into the opposition. Just seeing him get to his feet a little bit quicker. There's Les Boyd right up the middle, looking for support. Oh, gave it straight to a Queensland player. And now it's on to Mitch Bennett. Well, I just don't believe some of the things I've seen here tonight. As if he was playing on the same side.
So like you use your money, you buy oil.
Beautiful break.
Use your money, you buy oil. Yeah, no buy oil. You understand? So I was like, let's use that camera to start producing content.
No, it's good. This one that you are doing is, it is not everybody that has patience for long-term investment. Understand? Like the one I'm doing there, like the oil I told you about. I did it because I am not there. Instead of carrying that idle money and dump it somewhere. Understand? I call it idle money. So instead of that, let it be on something that is lucrative. Like this one. You keep doing it. You have invested a good money here. And assuming this parlor did not have chairs, would have been better for you.
9-2 the scrums.
Even with chairs, it's better because I would have seen you get chairs.
Yeah,
like this chair.
Yeah, it's very useful.
All I need is background.
Background, yeah. So in case a guest comes in, then the guest will be able to sit down here.
Yeah.
Then the camera will be there projecting. So a nice this thing.
Well, that's
before you know it,
that's why he's freshened up at all in the second.
what is the key in this thing is consistency. Yeah. Then another thing is when you are introducing
a bit of a punch run in there from
the topic,
don't
time yourself.
Don't speak more than
minutes or a minute, 30 minutes. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Not long. It is the people that are responding Because if you explain and explain and explain, you are even taking what another person will be able to talk. If you are using 1 minute to introduce, from time to time, maybe 30 seconds or 1 minute, you now be echo it. Understand? Because most times I listen to what you are saying. It's very interesting. Understand? It is now also left for you to have somebody that will be able to be articulating, responding to what you are doing, talking. When people come across it, they see sense in what you are making. Understand? That will make them to stay. They can share, like that you are going. This thing that you are starting, you are doing like a child's play, is to grow to a point that you yourself you become worried. The guy what they call a parana. You know that.
When I started in 2018, Parara was just getting more to started.
So that Parara, what they do, people will go there. He does not even know how to speak English. I don't listen to him. I don't. Sincerely. If you are using pidgin, use pidgin throughout. If you are using English, use English. If you are in a mixture, not that you. Well, once I listen to what he's saying, I move. So if those people who cannot speak well, who cannot articulate what they are making well, you can do better.
Yeah.
You can do better. Far better. I trust our people. I trust the ego in us. I listened to him. He was talking. No sense. But I'm telling you the truth.
The guy has a follow.
The people that follow him, I think
there's something tricky about social media. And the trick is the fact that your audience might be. My audience will be different from your audience.
I know.
Your audience will be different from my audience. Because at the end of the day, it's audience that will determine whether.
Then another thing also is that if you are bringing what is bringing a lot of views is let me say some negative perspective of things. But if you are just talking about let me use the Nigerian politics as a case study. You are talking the view of the same people. How the same Nigeria should think. It will not carry much with it. It is what. But if you are taking either a negative stand, a negative stand, that is why this idiot Omokri, most times he gets a lot of views and comments because he's talking rubbish.